What's going on, buddy boyos? We are live. Welcome to SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat Random Discussion Episode 41 of Season 2. We are live and alive. Shout out to the Cope gang for being in here, staying inside and being inactive. Shout out to the Mystery gang for being in here, solving those mysteries. We are live and alive, my dudes. We are still here, alive and kicking. How has everybody's week since Wednesday been? God, I've had a very busy weekend. This very busy. I've done a lot of things. I bowled on. I think I bowled every day, Friday through Sunday, man. And then I went on a date, and then yeah, it's crazy. It's like, what the fuck? I actually have like a social life now. It's so weird. I don't know, man. Over. What's up, Woody Johnson? We are live and alive, buddy boy. What's up, Woody Johnson? Welcome to the Wind Cells. Win stream. What's up, buddy? ESP Revolution. That's a big ass fish. Wow, buddy boyo or buddy boy. What's up, dude? Oh, you got a clip you want me to watch? All right, dude. Good one. I read a comment. Lonely single man is nowhere near as bad as being a lonely married woman. Huh. Wow. Cope. These comments are something else. What else do men have to offer except money? Hello. What's up? Every Sunday I'm here. What's up, Joe Biden? What's up, dude? You seen Breaking Points? I have that clip pulled up. She wanted to discuss men's plight. It's funny that women are explaining men's issues. They don't care, though. They just want men to get back to work and uphold society. Yeah, basically, yeah. This is the reality of our situation, is that women nobody actually cares about men. They care about what men can provide. And any help is going to come in the form of bootstraps, effectively, right? You're going to get help, but we're going to force you to do all these things, right? We're going to make life so hard and miserable for you that you're actually going to have to work or some shit. Who fucking knows? But I don't know. What's good, dude? What's up, S3? Election thief. I know, dude. I'm the thief. Yeah, the people said one thing and I said another thing, yeah. It's like a dictator, right? The people said one thing, I'm like, nah, I don't like that election. I'm going the other way. Let me see here. I have all these clips pulled up. Let me pull up this clip here so I can put it into the clip that Jay posted, so I can put it into my copy link. Here we go. I want to come over here to the Firefox section and put that over here. What is this anyway? I don't even know what this even is. Okay, here we go. Why the lonely single man narrative is problematic. Ha! Dude, everything's problematic when it comes to men, right? Oh, man. And, the fact that they call it a narrative and not a reality, a narrative isn't necessarily false. You can have a true narrative and it can be true, right? But most of the time when people say you're spinning a narrative, normally they mean you're spinning a story about what you perceive to be true and not what's actually true, right? So when they use the word narrative, what they really mean is that, well, this idea that men are lonely and single is problematic, right? But they don't actually care about you. They don't care. This is the sad part about this whole shit. I'm reading even the fucking goddamn the title fucking triggers my ass, bro. What the fuck? They don't care. They do not care, bro. Oh my god. Shit, dude. Yeah. We're gonna watch that together as well. What's good, dude? What's up, S3? What's up, dude? Election thief. I know. I'm bad. How did you meet your date? What do you mean? How did I meet her? Oh, I met her off Hinge. I'm reading a book that talks about the problem of reference in language, i.e., how can people explain what has happened to them if they cannot reference the direct thing for others to understand? I'm being reminded of that, hearing that it's a thing to have women explain male specific issues. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, if you don't even know what it's even like to be a man, how the fuck can you fucking can you even like tell me, like, I guess you can say some things are just like a human experience, but like you don't have a direct reference to like what I'm actually feeling, what of how men feel emotions though. Like men and women do not feel emotions the exact same way. It's just, they're two different fucking worlds. You know, what makes a woman emotional is not what makes a man emotional, and what makes a man emotional is not what makes a woman emotional, right? So like, you know, even our emotions are different, the way we express emotions. And, you know, I mean, I'm more stoic and cold. You know, we can kind of we like take ribs and jokes at each other and shit like that. And, you know, we'll have, yeah, potty mouth. And, you know, yeah, we're real like raw and just direct with our language, because we expect people to just like, yeah, like we're men. With women, there's a lot of like subtext and bullshit behind their words. And you got to like think about what does she actually mean when she says that type crap, right? You know, yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff, right? Like they're never direct with you in half the damn time. It's tiring when they somehow blame men for what's going on. We were sold out long ago by old men. Most of us were born into a system that rigged to fail because we've been sold out already. See, look, this is actually this is true, and this is why it pisses me off that like that these feminists and these leftists and these you know, gynocrats and black women and just the whole fucking like left, really, in my opinion. But because if you actually look at politics, man, in reality, people say politics is cool, but if you actually look at like what they're doing to you via like NGOs and changing the culture all around you, so like that the world you grew up in no longer exists, and that you're not playing in a completely different cultural and economic environment now. It's just like, you know, you were born into this rigged system, you know, and like, and there's no real way out of it other than like breaking out of it, right? And it's like, but a breaking out of it would require like some level of like actual fucking like, you know, work, right? So like, is it worth it just to like, I don't know, is it worth it just to lay down and rot and do nothing? But like, yeah, like what pisses me off though, really though, is that like, you know, these people on the that, you know, when it comes to, you know, I think she even made this argument, which is a good argument, right? When it comes to minorities or blacks, or, you know, when blacks are minorities, when it comes to minorities or, you know, women or oppressed groups, right? You know, the narrative is that, well, because you're an oppressed group, this is why you're disadvantaged, right? You know, all these reasons why. And it's like, and a lot of that may be true, right? You're disadvantaged if you grew up in a single mother household. You're disadvantaged if you grew up poor. Or if you're disadvantaged if you don't have a house or a car or some shit like that, right? So they have all these excuses. You know, I don't want to call them excuses. It's just simply circumstances, right? But, you know, the difference between a circumstance and excuse, there's a fine line, right? Between a circumstance and between explaining a circumstance and using it as an excuse for your behavior, right? Like ultimately, like, yeah, it's true. Like you can explain something. I'm going on a mad tangent right now, but like you can explain something. You can explain something and be like, yeah, the reason why these people are this way, the reason why that guy committed a crime is because, you know, he came from a shitty background, right? Okay, sure. Now you're simply explaining what's going on, but in theory, though, that's also the reason why he did what he did, right? So it's like there's a fine line there. Like, is there really a difference between explaining and excusing somewhat, right? But yeah, like, so like what pisses me off the most about this shit is that, like, you know, they'll say all these things about these groups, and then when it comes to men, it's simply, oh well, bootstraps. You know, like you need to figure it out. You know, you're you know, you need to fucking figure it out. You because you're naturally the oppressor. Like you're naturally the oppressor. It's like, you know, like the funny part about like religion and all these you know, we hate Christianity because it was a rigged system and it was bullshit, you know, and God's not real and there's no devil guy and yada yada. But like the reality is that, you know, the left has effectively just taken Christianity and made it secular, right? So their devil is like men. The men are the devil, because if you're constantly like, they have this they have this idea of the oppressed and the oppressor. Obviously, this is their entire narrative, right? And it's like, you have if you're naturally the oppressor, nobody's gonna care if you're, in reality, you're not actually the oppressor. Like, not in reality. And like, it just keeps going on. If you actually think about it, though, like, if these people were smart, they would actually say, hey, men, these small portion of men have sold you out long ago. And, they would point out that, like, yeah, it's not all men who are the problem. It's a small cohort of men. This is what that song, Richmond, north of Richmond, is so powerful, because, like, he is pointing out that, like, yeah, it's these rich men north of Richmond, these rich people who run the country. These are the people you should be going after, but instead they're just blaming, well, it's all men's fault. It's men's fault why the system's fucking. Like, that's fucking retarded, bro. It is so fucking fucked up. It's like, it pisses me off to no end, because, like, like, how can you see that, like, okay, like, so the group of people that you think is oppressing these people here, but somehow it doesn't affect men because men are powerful? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense, because these people, they just flat out, they hate men. It's not a matter of, like, it's not a matter of ideology or actually trying to help people. They just hate men because they've been convinced to hate men, or maybe they always have, and it's simply just because they have the power now. They have the ability to exercise their misandry out in the open. Who knows? But yeah, there's been attacks on masculinity and being a man for fucking years now, and it's just like, that's, like I said, that song, it really is like a he even points out that issue where it's like, hey, you keep kicking your sons down and exalting your daughters, and it's like, how the fuck is this shit gonna work? Like, okay, so your sons getting no help. They're supposed to figure out, they're supposed to make $75K a year, and houses cost $400K. Yeah, how the fuck are you supposed to fucking square that circle? Like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's retarded shit. Like, they've completely, like, sold us out, and nobody's doing anything to fix the problem. Like, housing prices are still insane. The borrowing rates are fucking insane. It's insane. Like, the system is rigged, horribly fucking rigged. What's up, Mystery Cells? What's up, Fried Fetus? Just open up, bro. And if you don't, you're clearly toxic male bigot fascist. Yep, there you go. It's over for men. Young men get the most of the blame. We didn't even do shit. Yeah, it's so funny, man. Like, that's another thing that should piss you off, right? They're blaming you for a system you were born into. You know how fucking retarded that fucking sounds? Like, it's like, the moment you come out the womb, bro, it's like, whoa, bro, you're responsible for all this shit around you, dude. The crackhead down the street and the meth head, that's all your fault, dude. It's like, come on, bro. Like, all the crime here and all the the rapings and the murders around here, yeah, and the robberies and burglaries, yeah, those are all your fault, kid. You caused all of this. Like, okay, like, at what point? I don't know. This is bullshit. Like, the social contract has been broken years ago, yet somehow men are still expected to uphold their part of the bargain. It doesn't make any sense. It's literally it's rigged. Literally had a dream last night that the U.S. is done for. Even my subconscious knows it's over for the gynocratic West. Oh, gynocentric West, I'm sorry. Yeah. It's a problem with philosophers' encounter with gravity. Once concepts became perfectly captured with equations like gravity, terms referring to things stopped representing it's their real thing. What up? I got the links, bro. Oh, okay. Situation that happened in Maui shows how men pull together when the government failed them. Hawaii is a tight-knit group. Oh, it's more of a tight-knit group. Being sold out seems to come from being part of a group that's constantly competing with each other. Alpha your way through it. This is effectively their argument. You're supposed to alpha your way through 400K housing prices. You're supposed to alpha your way through through poverty. You're supposed to alpha your way through hunger. Alpha your way through through adversity. It's like, okay, like that might work for some motherfuckers, but for the average person, dude, they're gonna alpha their way through through certain things, dude. That's just not gonna happen, bro. They're gonna break. Outside of Hawaii, I doubt tired men will be willing to help women when they have been beat and be called soft and lied to. Rather not get divorced and get used. A lot of men don't even have the opportunity to get fucked over, but in divorce cucked. They call the black pill spaces toxic, but the amount of gaslighting in the comments of that video is insane. Most black pill videos never net the high views, likes, and comments. What's up, Mystery? What's up, Flame the 4? Developing countries will adapt better than developed ones as far as making an effort to make things better for everyone. I guess they could, because they can at least look at what the other countries did wrong and not do what they did. So there's kind of an advantage to being first mover, but there's also a disadvantage to being first mover as well, because like you're taking the biggest risk, right? You know, if this thing flops, you put a lot of money into this new invention, and then it doesn't take off, you're done. So being a first mover in anything is a huge risk and reward, right? How many inventions failed versus the ones that actually made it, right? Most women will never going to make $75K to have one kid and a housewife. Yeah, even $75K. I mean, I guess, but like how Bitcoin is more profound for countries that have experienced their nation's currency collapse. These people are so retarded they can't even understand that poking the bear will result in their demise. Yeah, they don't care. Yeah. I'm a liberal that wants to date a conservative man. Teehee. Yeah. They want that dude who actually did the right thing. So, the so-called conservative cuck. To start your own business, bro. Of telling other men to start their own business. Yeah. The only way to outfit your way through is historically was through violence, but I doubt these dumb fucks think of that. Yeah, well. I think we're gonna see many men just run or hide. Rehab Room's video was showing how red pillers pivoted to passport bros when they previously hated geomaxers. More will stay home or leave if able. I think so. That could help a lot of it. Lift weights and start a crypto scam, bro. Yep, yeah, basically. Yeah, that's the narrative now, man. Let's I want to read the comments of the video. I'm not gonna post it on the screen yet, but if you like this video, fuck that comment. If men are single and lonely, why don't you just form support and travel groups with other men like women do? I am AA, single and child-free woman. I found a group of ladies in a walking club that were also never married and child-free. We have a book club and we travel together, we support each other, and have wonderful experiences together. We're a small group, 5 of us, but we were never lonely. We don't let each other be. Men should do that. Wow, so just ignore your sexual urges, bro, and just be a eunuch. You know how fucking stupid that sounds? Like, just because you have either zero sex drive, and keep in mind, like, just because you're single doesn't mean you're not getting fucked if you're a woman. Women can go out there and get dick, and then come home and yeah. So like, you're still getting your sexual needs met. Men aren't. So she's coping. I mean, she's coping that if she even thinks it's equal that when men are lonely and single versus when women are lonely and single. When women are single, they just call up their last fuck boy and they fuck him. Some shit. He'll always show up. We owe them nothing as women. They no, you literally omit. Like if women get to act as a collective and say that, well, when one woman does something, all women do something, then men get to do that as well, right? What's good for the goose is good for the gander, or rather, what's good for the gander is good for the goose. So if you're allowed to do that, then men can. So okay, so men built this entire society for you. Oh, there we go. You do owe us something. You just don't want to pay up because you're fucking lying. You're a liar. You're a cheat. They spend so much time telling us that we would die alone as cat ladies, but in reality, it's them who can't stand their own company and will die alone. No. It still goes both ways. Like if women are single, then if men aren't marrying women, then like and once you get past a certain age, man, like it gets harder and harder. So yeah, you're gonna die alone too. Like you act as if you're gonna like end up like I don't know. This is dumb. I mean, Chad's not gonna marry 18 women. I don't think that's gonna happen. He might fuck 18 women, but he's not gonna marry them. But yeah, but I think women will probably have a much easier time dying. So yeah, who knows? Then again, who knows? Because I think but enough men aren't gonna have enough savings to fucking make it either. But who fucking knows? Maybe I'm just coping here. There's too much to fucking think about when in that scenario. Men get babied way too much in society. Do they? These women have zero clue what it's like to be a man. They have zero clue. Men get babied way too much in society. What is she talking about? Oh, bro, tell that to the men in Ukraine. Yeah, good job, David Zambrano. Yeah, tell that to the men in Ukraine. They get babied way too much, man. Okay. Yeah, those men in Ukraine are getting they're getting real babied right now, man. Getting their bodies blown apart. Yeah, sure. They blame women for everything, even their own failures. No, we don't. Women literally are like the queens of not taking responsibility. They literally never do. Women blame men for everything. Like you're literally doing it right now. You don't even see it, but you're doing it right now. All these lonely men and their solutions always crack me up, or it's always, please sleep with me. It will solve everything. Like, wow, you really need a woman that much? I think I don't know. They don't understand because they have constant male attention. They'll never understand. They can't understand. Women need to make safe spaces. Yeah, but you got to keep in mind though. Like you have to keep in mind. You have to keep in mind on this though. Women literally have shelters they can go to. Men are forced to sleep in their car. Women can go to a shelter. She has so many other options when shit falls apart. Women cannot fail in society. How many homeless women do you see versus homeless men? It's just true. Women have so many more options they can go to when they fuck up. You know, they fuck up and have a kid by Chad. Okay, let's go to a homeless shelter and give free welfare and get free money. Yeah, I'm sorry. The system was built. The system since probably Clinton and Obama, and probably the whole damn thing really was built around around women. The welfare state is like women's fucking trump card. Okay, if everything else falls apart, they can just go on welfare. Especially if they have kids, go on welfare, live off the government teat, or sell pussy. Yeah, that means women have so many more options when they fall apart. Men are forced to get the fuck back up. Women are not forced to get the fuck back up. They can just stay on ground zero, and ground zero for them is living in Section 8 housing. You know, eating fucking, as that song said, fudge rounds. You know, and getting the 300 pounds. Right? They just get free money and food. Yeah, they never get checked. Women never get checked. There's no check on women. There's no check. They're not allowed to fail. That's the problem. Like if it's like the whole thing of like too big to fail, right? It's like an economics. So too big to fail. We can't let this firm fail because if they fail, it'll be called a cascade affecting the entire market. Okay, so like women are effectively like J.P. Morgan. Like if J.P. Morgan failed, the government would have to step in. It would literally be over if they let that bank fail. So it's like, yeah, it's like, what do you do? I mean, it's just, can women lose? They can't lose. Yeah, it's true. Men are to blame for all of this because men voted. I don't know. Men cucked out. They simped out. We are where we are because men simped out. Somewhat true. Let's actually watch the video though. Let's watch the video. I'm gonna get so fucking triggered watching this fucking video, man. Oh my god, here we go. Hopefully I'm not borging yet. So if it borgs, let me know. So when I have videos on the screen, it's so fucking weird. I gotta put the audio up. Give me one sec. Audio. Yeah, it's too low. First video.
A crisis of lonely single men. There is a crisis of misogyny.
What? See, look, this pinhead looking bitch right here, someone's fucking it, bro. Someone's fucking this pinhead looking bitch. So someone's banging this thin lipped, big ass nose having fucking Sid the Sloth looking bitch. Someone's fucking it, bro. This is the problem. This should be someone should let this thing fail. Like, what happened? I mean, when men fail, it's men's fault. When women fail, it's men's fault. Okay, so like, when do men not get the fail? Oh, and not get the fault, right? There ever a situation where men never get the fault, dude? I don't know, man. There's never a fucking goddamn point where men don't get the goddamn fucking fault, bro. There is no like, there's no way. Like when it's just sad, bro. Oh man, pinhead looking ass bitch, bro. I mean, look at this fucking thing, man. Someone's banging it, bro, man. She got dick tonight. She got dick last night too. Someone's banging it, bro. Someone's like, "That's a bad bitch." I'm like, what the fuck wrong with you, bro? Look at the hairline. Yeah, he's right. 3 petal cell hair. Look like a fucking pinhead, bro. I got more hairline than this bitch got, bro. It's over. I mean, it's not over for her because she's still a woman. She has the ultimate JBW, just be woman. But like, man, this is bullshit, man. This is sad. These subpar looking ass fucking pinhead looking ass, Sid the Sloth looking fucking bitches, man. Be getting fucking, yeah, this is Eggy as a woman, dude. It's like Eggman. There's so many women, bro. If they were the male version of themselves, bro, it'd be over. Dude, if they were the male version of themselves, bro, it would literally be over, bro. If they were the same height and the fucking dude, there's a reason why so many fucking trannies who go male. I'm like, bro, I don't know why you would leave the tutorial island to go to fucking Dante must die mode. Like, what the fuck wrong with you? She has no breast, sweater masking it. Oh yeah, dude. I probably got bigger fucking man titties than she got, bro. That's the sad part about it, man. I'm not sure if that's a bad thing for me or that's a big thing for her, but the damn shame. I'm mogging her. I kid.
What troubles me
is the media is complicit in this. What the fuck? Oh, bro. Dude, she's got the feminist face, bro. Look, what is this? Look at the hairline. Oh, bro. Look at the hairline, dude. It's over. I mean, it's not over for her because someone will fuck it, bro. But like, I mean, look at this shit, bro. Oh, man. Why? These some ugly ass looking bitches, bro. I'm sorry. I don't know. Somebody's banging it, bro. Someone's banging it, bro. Somebody's banging it. Somebody's out here fucking this thing, dude. Oh, man. You talk about, I mean, if women love abortion so much, take yourself out first. My God, bro. This is looking ugly. Like, somebody bang this, somebody bag and tag this one every once a fucking week. Like, Jesus Christ, once a day probably. Man. Whew, look, this thing's like a good. She could land a plane. You could land like a AC. What's that thing called? AC 130. Goddamn. We're going in hot. Like, she even got the feminist glasses on too, man. She got the feminist glasses on. Oh man, look at her. Whatever, man. Whatever. We roasted her enough.
is that the media is complicit in this. Look at how many stories they're writing about this. Look at how sympathetic these articles are. And it's not that they shouldn't be sympathetic. It's not that we shouldn't.
But the fact that you even pointed it out is like kind of odd. Don't you think that's a very, very weird line of like criticism to say, look how sympathetic they are. Now, I'm not saying they shouldn't be. Oh, okay, then why'd you even bring it up? Because that's how you actually feel. Whenever somebody says something like that, well, they're being sympathetic. No, I'm not saying they shouldn't be. No. There's a reason why you went there, though. You went there because that's what you actually think in your head. That's what you actually think subconsciously. That's what you actually think. There should be no compassion for men. What are you talking about? Men don't need compassion. There shouldn't be any. That's what I actually think people most. Yeah. Nah, dude. They don't care. Women are probably more cold calculating than men are sometimes. They don't care. This is what I talk about when I say like that women can't really love.
Have compassion, but where are all of these articles for women who are lonely in marriage?
Oh, poor baby. You have somebody around you and you're still lonely. Oh wow, poor baby. Lonely in marriage. You mean the family and the 3 kids or 2 kids and a husband you got around your ass isn't enough for you? No, I need to have. What do you mean lonely in marriage? What the fuck do they even imply? What's the implication here? What's the implication? Like the implication is that like is the implication here that like I don't know. Like it just seems to me like women, whenever men bring up something that's going on with them, women will immediately bring up, well, what about that one time you did this? I think, oh, okay, that's convenient. That's convenient. So like, I bring up my grievances to you, and all of a sudden you got to bring up something that happened 18 years ago. You know how fucking retarded that sounds? 18 years ago, we're still talking about that shit? It never ends. They will always have a counter saying, well, I did this for you. And it's like, well, what the fuck are you talking about? That's nothing. Lonely in marriage equals longing for Chad. Yeah, probably. Wouldn't surprise me.
Or women who are in dangerous marriages, or women who are.
Wait. You don't think there's like a million ad campaigns about female a wife battery and protecting women and loving women and yada yada? There's been ad campaigns about this shit for years, bro. Society is well aware of what happens to women in some marriages. Like it's an open secret. So like this idea that we need to advocate more money for women, more money for women, more money for women. Okay, so like if we just keep throwing more and more money at women, when do we actually address men's problems? Oh, you're not supposed to address men's problems. Men are supposed to just fix it on their own, cowboy it up, and figure it out. This is what they expect from you. Society does not care, man.
Are most likely to be hurt or unalived by their domestic partners.
Why can't we just address the male loneliness? Who cares? Like we can address your issue somewhere else. In fact, you can open up a group called helping our wives or some shit like that, and you can run a group for this on your own. You don't need to like women don't need to be addressed in every single fucking social fucking cause of all time. Not everything's about you, but women think everything's about them. So because they're fucking narcissists. They think they're special. They are. They think they're special because they've been treated as if they are. Oh yeah, a men will never team up. Absolutely not. Yeah, they never will. Well, who knows? I don't know. You get some sort of like thought leader who showed up, but who knows?
Where's all that? This whole narrative that I've been seeing in the media has been really problematic for me. I have been quite nervous about it, and I couldn't quite figure out why until recently.
And the sad part is, we're not even talking about men who have the opportunity to even beat a woman. Most of these men can't even get a date. That's the sad part about this shit, bro. Like you're criticizing men. You're talking about men who aren't even in a relationship long enough to even beat a woman if they wanted to. Nor do I think they even would. But either way, they aren't even in fucking relationships. So you're talking about a very small cohort of men who actually have the ability to do stuff like that, even now. So I don't know. This is just dumb. Like. You're talking about young single men. Like these people used to be boys not even like 5 years ago. They used to be in high school and middle school and shit. You're talking about these people who are like they're lonely. They have no guidance in life. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to act. They don't know what to do at all. And there's like a crisis of masculinity right now. And then they don't know they don't know what to do. Like they have no guidance. And they're thrown into this world where the whole world hates them. The whole world, they aren't treated well at all. And they notice that smaller and smaller, or more and more of them are just lonely and single. And then it's just, come on, like you expect all this stuff to happen to them, and they're supposed to just be like, well, yeah, just take on the chin, dude. We're men. They're gonna go crazy, bro. At some point, I don't know, but it's not gonna. Maybe it won't happen in my lifetime, dude. But they might just go crazy, man.
At some point, I started getting a lot of comments from men, whether it was here or on my articles, and a lot of them were saying things like, this is such a simple problem. Women could solve it easily, but you choose not to. You choose to hurt us by continuing to opt out. And of course, what they're talking about here is opting out of being used for domestic labor.
How was it being used? Were you being used back when men were providing for your entire lifestyle and what? Is that basically what you're talking about here or what? So because back in the day it was a trade, it was expected. Domestic labor and sexual fulfillment. Most men won't even take that. They'll just take the sexual fulfillment and call it a day. In fact, most men are you probably can't even sexual fulfill a man anyway, probably more than likely, but whatever. Yeah, well, whatever. In fact, most men are probably fucking better at fucking domestic labor than you probably fucking are at this point. Yeah, eventually this shit will bubble up to the surface at some point. You can't keep shitting on your men and then providing fucking unlimited fucking money to your women. It's not gonna work.
And SUL fulfillment. Interestingly, there are a lot of problems that men could easily solve for women that would ultimately solve that problem too. But they choose not to solve those problems and do not hold themselves accountable for that. And yet,
why do you keep saying men? Are all men in positions of power? I don't think so. He might be in position of power over an individual woman, but he's not in a position of power over society. Like, my God, like they always pivot to women. Oh, you're talking about men? Well, here's the problem with women you can fix first. It's like, oh, well, fuck you. Kiss my fucking ass. Fucking evil, man. Fucking evil shit. Let's talk about men's issues. Talk about them instead of just like, and talk about the actual solution to the problem instead of saying, well, we can't solve the issue. Oh, I don't know what to do about that. You're fucking retarded, dude. And the sad part is, they probably know they can't solve this problem. If men are feeling lonely because they can't get girlfriends, they don't have any social system, how do you solve that problem with like, you can't solve that with government anyway, right? I mean, you could. You definitely could. But it'll be so draconian and retarded that like, it just wouldn't work, probably, but
yet we are held accountable for this one. I've also noticed that a lot of men have been coming into my comment sections and saying things like, well, look at this crisis that we're in, this loneliness crisis. Like, you choose not to solve this. No one's listening to us. No one cares. And so when men commit violence against women, it's because of that. It's because we have no other option.
Wait. Did she insert that herself? Because like, I don't unless you mean like, are random men all over the country attacking random women? It doesn't happen every fucking day, that's for sure. You keep using this word men, like men. Sorry, you can't blame all men for the problems of a few men. Sorry, that's not how fucking life works.
They are literally rationalizing RAPE and MURDER and domestic violence by saying that we are not giving them what they want, and therefore they are justified in taking it in any way they can. And what troubles me is that the media is complicit in this. Look at how many stories they're writing about this. Look at how sympathetic these articles are. And it's not that they shouldn't be sympathetic. It's not that we shouldn't have compassion. But where are all of these articles for women who are lonely in marriage?
I guarantee you, I could just look it up. Is she retarded? Can she not use Google? You can just Google this shit. You know that, right? I guarantee if you look up nonprofits for women who are battered, you can probably find a million of them who have billions, if not millions, if not billions of dollars in funding to help women out in situations like this. What is she talking about? There are so many more groups for women than there are for men to actually help them out. There are none for men, almost zero.
Or women who are in dangerous marriages, or women who are most likely to be hurt.
The same fuck. I think you should have said the same thing twice in a row. I don't know. I'm not gonna skip this shit. Whatever. She's talking too fucking much.
Those healthy.
I don't want to hear you keep talking.
Able to talk about it.
I've been thinking more about the rise of single lonely men. I've been thinking about how men take men's advice on relationships and how they tell women to shut up and that they're stupid and they're overreacting. And to me, this just comes to a pinnacle of like men rejecting consent, like the larger concept of consent, meaning they cannot accept that there are some things that women want and need in a healthy relationship. They're like, no.
In a healthy relationship, oh my god, I don't even know, man. Some of these men aren't even getting that. Some of these men aren't in relationships at all, so they can't even have it. They can't even bother to even think about having a healthy one. They aren't even getting a first one right. I almost went on a date with this girl way back when. Wow, no fucking way, bro.
No, she's
looking kind of rough. This chick's looking weird, man. She got that Shrek face going on here. Looking like Shrek. Very strong, like, mid-face here. Shrek maxing for sure. Hairline's going a little bit far back. Maybe it's just the waves are a little bit. That's not too bad, but it's pretty bad. Yeah, and big nose and big old fucking bulging eyeballs coming out of her fucking face. So yeah. She's in her 20s and always looks tired. Yeah, she looks like she's fucking like looking like an ogre, man. That's all I gotta say.
reacting. She's crazy. I am big strong man and I make the rules and she must be submissive. And I would love to have a wife that I could fully control. I would love to have a wife that I could cheat on and she doesn't say anything. And so much fucking complaining instead of just listening to the millions of women, not just now, but throughout history, who have said, hey, yeah, we just want you to be nice. And like,
that's not reflected in the men you pick. That's not reflected in the men you pick at all. The men you pick normally aren't nice. Like, it's more of a reflection on women that they keep picking these things. Even beyond that, being nice as a man doesn't work to women anyway. You can't be nice as a man to a woman. It doesn't work. So, like, this advice is like just be nice, bro. Is fucking retarded, bro. It's literally dumb fuck advice. It's the advice that like a women think sounds right because women can't help but virtue signal sometimes. They can't help but say the a blue pilled narrative because they want to believe it too. Sometimes I think I don't know, or maybe they actually do believe it, but maybe they're still unaware of like how things actually work. That like they just think the world's fucking puppies and unicorns. Because like to some extent, the blue pill, the way women's lives kind of operate is sort of the way the blue pill kind of says, right? Just be yourself. Women are allowed to just be themselves. They're allowed to be as disgusting and nasty and cruel and manipulative and just mean and cuntish that they fucking want. Whereas men, then no, you can't be an asshole. You know, if you're an asshole, you're a bad man. You're a bad person. You know, it's just you know, yeah. So like the blue pill is somewhat true. Like yeah, women are allowed to just be themselves, and you know, yeah, there's somebody out there for you. Yeah, the blue pill is true for women. They actually live a blue pilled existence. Now they might have black pill, actions, but their world is blue pilled, and it's like when you're living a life of privilege. What's that? Living a blue pill life is sort of a privilege, right? Like being so unaware of reality that like you can just show up and breathe and things happen for you. That's so much of a privilege, dude. That's a privilege probably provided to you by somebody else's labor and time. And not by your own making, but you think because you were born into that existence, you think that because you were born into that existence, you born on third base and thought you hit a triple right, you know, type shit. So
like stop being assholes, and they just fundamentally reject that. Fundamentally reject the concept of women having some autonomy over their lives and what relates.
Well, because we've seen what happens when women have autonomy. We've seen what happens. Society falls apart. Apparently, every time women have gained any inkling of independence and power, or, prestige, normally your society is just down the fucking tubes. Every time women have gained any inkling of independence and power, or, prestige, normally your society is just down the fucking tubes. And I don't mean like one woman, like a queen, but even then, but queens typically have a huge cohort of like their the father, their uncle, or something like that to go to. So it's not really. Sometimes it's not even really them running the country. She's still the figurehead, or she's still the one in power, sure, but like she has a lot more advisors and stuff around her. But like I'm talking about en masse. Like when you actually look at like when you give a masses of women empowerment, you see what happens. They don't pick right. They don't pick the quote unquote best option. They pick what feels good. And sometimes the best, they might be picking like, or they pick like they become so privileged for choice that they just go for like, oh, I'm gonna go for the absolute fucking multi-millionaire Chad, or I'm gonna hold out or just fuck Chads or fuck top tier men and not give any other guy a chance. It's like why the fuck would you? It's like a life hack,
relationships look like. They're like, well, I'm a man. You should obviously want to be in a relationship with a man. Otherwise, you're going to end up a lonely spinster. I think not, sir.
I mean, just because men are lonely doesn't mean that like you're not going to be, just because like you yourself individually not going to be lonely too. You just have a likelihood because you're going to find some fucking dumb fuck some who will fucking marry you probably. But and truth be told, that might save some men, right? Being so unaware and dumb fuck, they'll just walk into a marriage one day and they'll just be their saving fucking grace. But depends on the dude, right? But normally those men are at least like high tier normie to like Chad, or high tier normie to Chad Light probably. But
you are the lonely spinster. Even when we tell them that they're being assholes, they're like, no, you're overreacting. Am I overreacting, or are you desensitized? Because clearly your species isn't.
Your species? Wow. The way she fucking talks, bro. The fuck? Your species. Your species.
Doing too fucking well in regards to gauging what makes you an asshole, what makes you insensitive, what makes you inconsiderate. And they have this idea of themselves.
Like, who was she talking about? You got to remember, never forget this. Never, ever forget this. Women judge all men by the men they fuck. So when she's saying all these things, she's thinking about, oh, every dude I have ever interacted with or something like that who's ever done anything wrong to me, because those are the men I interact with, right? I'm going to start extrapolating all that behavior, all that assholeness and blah, 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 blah. I'm going to extrapolate that to all men and say all men are that way. It's exactly what she's doing here. That's the only way she can come to any of these conclusions. So yeah, even though these are the men you fuck, this is the reality of it. The men you fuck are assholes, and then she thinks that the dude she's fucking, who's more than likely a Chad Light to a Chad or Tyrone Light to a Tyrone, because she ain't fucking anything lower than that probably, or maybe unless she's desperate or some shit. But even then, women are never desperate. So either way, she's looking at these dudes. So it's like, yeah, you think that dude's fucking lonely? That dude's not fucking lonely, bro. Fuck out of here. That dude's not lonely. If he got you, he can probably get somebody else.
In their head, they have this certain standard for themselves in their head.
Like, we're talking about men that you don't even fucking see. You don't care about these men because you don't see them at all. You don't even think they're fucking men. You think they're like a utility. You can just call up and you call up the short Hispanic guy who fixes your house, and you think he's just like, yeah. You call him up and it's like you think he's just like a walking android or some shit that was made in the fucking lab. Who just he fixes your house and he leaves. The food guy, the food guy, or the the guy who washes your car or some shit. You don't view that guy as like existing as like a sexual being. You think he's just another fucking thing for you to use and walk away from.
And when you show them anything about themselves, a mirror that shows them something they don't like about themselves, they reject it, they reject you, you're overreacting, you're crazy. And they just cannot accept that women might know what they're talking about when it comes to what they want, and that they should actually listen to that, and that they should adapt to that, because men really hate the idea of adapting. They talk.
Does she even know what adapting even fucking means, bro? She out of her fucking mind, bro. See, look, women never have to adapt. The world adapts to them. The surrounding environment adapts to you, unless you're like living out in the wilderness or some shit. But in general, society and everything around it adapts to you. You never have to adapt. The world and society will simply adapt around you. And beyond that, what have been adapting for? For you? You think you're like all these women think that like, oh well, if men just did X, Y, and Z, they could get a piece of my pussy or some shit. Like your hole is not that special. I'm sorry, it's not. Like, it's just true, man. I don't know. Like, you know, sex is important, but it's like, dang, like you think your individual hole is any better than the next chick's hole? Like, not to the man who doesn't get a lot, then that might mean something to him, I guess. But like, I mean, if you're smart about it though, you know damn well some 85 other men have had that fucking hole, bro. Like, it's true, man.
Talk about masculinity being fixed.
Can I finish this video? I don't know if I can finish this video, bro. I'm triggered as fuck. I'm so fucking triggered, bro. Dude, Jay, you find me some fucking like, dude, this shit just triggers the fuck out of me, bro. Oh my god, I can't take it, man. You find this shit that just triggers you. You just know what triggers me, bro. Every time. Like men literally live on adapt or die mode. Women live on like literally just exist mode.
And femininity being whatever, fluid, and it's to a fault.
A lot of women from many different generations have dated or been married to these men who are dying alone. Okay, so women.
Hold on, dude. No. She doesn't even know what the study even says, right? The study's talking about younger men who are lonely and stuff like that. It's not talking about like older cohorts of men are. I'm not saying they're all married, but like in general, though, I mean they're either dying or it's already over for them anyway, right? So it doesn't really matter. But they probably are lonely. But yeah, but they probably make up less of a number than somebody who's younger. She's looking like that fucking Who from Whoville, man.
Know a thing or two about these guys. And in my experience, for a majority of them, they would rather die alone than become better partners, better people, figure out their issues.
See, look, become a better person to women's specifications. Women get to define what good is. They get to define what bad is. They get to define the entire moral system. If you want to know why the world's so fucked up, it's because we gave women the keys to everything. The keys to everything. They get to decide what's moral and what's socially acceptable and what movies get made and what cars get made and yada yada yada. We gave them all this power. And I mean the more ubiquitous but yeah, I mean like the men of older generations gave women this power. It is what it is.
And their problems. And there's a lot of talk around this idea of the lonely men in this country and the growing numbers of them and the way in which we should offer sympathy for that. But I have another theory and a little bit of a take. I personally think that all these men would rather die alone because they'd prefer to live in denial.
What kind of fucking armchair fucking pathologizing is she fucking doing, bro? What kind of bullshit is she on, dude? Oh man, dude. Oh, fuck her, dude. She can go die in a ditch. Holy shit. No, the reality is that men are forced to change all the goddamn time. Women are not. That's the reality of it. This is as someone said, projecting. Yeah, she's projecting her own. No, the reality that you don't want to have to change anything about yourself. You don't want to have to change your standards or what you believe or the crazy shit you think or do. Yeah, this is what you actually think. They don't care, man. As Michael Jackson said, man, all I really know is that they don't really care about us, man. Oh man, it's true. They don't care, man. They don't care. They don't really care.
And embrace the obstinance that it's not them and that they don't need to change. They would prefer that. These are
Oh man, no, women are never wrong. They never have to change. No. Especially in today's world, they've been convinced though. So yeah, of course they fucking believe it's true.
choices that a lot of these men are making. They'd prefer that to simply trying to become better partners, better husbands, better fathers. We as women, we see this all the time. It's why we keep talking.
I think why there's this assumption, like her assumption is that men are like all men are just bad fathers or something, or what is this? Or is she only talking about the men who are lonely and single, right? I don't even know what her assumptions are about men. Because if you're just running off the assumption that men are bad, you're immediately going to just believe that men are just, you're going to start ascribing bad qualities to them to begin with, right?
About it. It's not that these men didn't have options. A lot of them did, and they destroyed and pushed away and ruined perfectly good relationships a lot of the time because they refused to change. They refused to improve or better themselves or connect with who they are or with their partners. And while that's not every man, right? I
can't. Okay, we're gonna skip past her. I can't stand liberal dumb fuck white women from Brooklyn. I can't stand
women too.
There is
Bye.
not a crisis of
Oh, here we go again.
only single men. There is a crisis of men not healing and working on themselves. There
Is she retarded? Just keep working on yourself, bro. That's their message for you. Just keep working on yourself, bro. It's like, okay, yeah, all right. As if I just lay around in a bathrobe and eat Cheetos all day long and just hang out in my house. Are you fucking dumb? Like, she has no clue what it's actually like to actually have to improve on anything, man.
is not a crisis of lonely single men.
No, it literally exists. You literally can't say that.
There is a crisis of men trying to uphold outdated gender norms and patriarchal constructs.
Oh, poor baby. I don't fucking know, man. Most of these men have never actually lived in a patriarchy, so I don't know what she's even talking about. Most of these men wouldn't even know the concept of a patriarchy, so like they have like one in the abstract, but they don't even know what it's even like to actually live in one. You know, some of these men were literally raised in the society that popped up out of the fucking out of the 70s and 80s. Like, fuck is she talking about? Like she thinks like these women are still using like theories from like the 19 fucking like the original fucking feminist movement. Oh, and the sad part is that they believe that, you know, they actually do believe this shit, and that's the sad part about it. They believe that like there's this eternal war going on between men and women, and that men have been the constant oppressor, and like you don't feel a sympathy for your oppressor when he's falling, because like, well, why would you?
There is not a crisis of lonely single men. There is a crisis of men playing the victim and not taking any accountability or having self-awareness that they're part.
Is she retarded? Does she think men? Once again, does she think men are held? So the men who are lonely and single, are they not being held accountable for not being up to women's standards, quote unquote? Right? They are being held accountable. They're lonely and single, right? This is the punishment for not performing right effectively, right? This is their. See, look, this is why I think women are far more vicious than men are, right? Women would rather torture you than just kill you, right? Yeah, like, okay, rather than just like euthanize you or some shit, we're gonna make you suffer for like 50 years, lonely and single, and then have you die. And like, but you still have to pay into the system and keep me alive. Like, okay.
Of the problem. There is not a crisis of lonely single men. There is a crisis of men objecting.
Is she looking into her screen reading a script, or she couldn't memorize half this shit? I guarantee you she is, bro.
objectifying women, seeing them as objects and not as people. There is not a crisis of lonely single men. There is a crisis of men not being able to express their emotions in a way that makes women feel safe. There is not a crisis of lonely single men. There's a crisis of men who are not creating equitable partnerships.
Oh boy. Yeah, women sure want equity, dude. Equity is such a bullshit fucking concept because it acts as if like, oh, it's oh yeah, I'll tell the story later, man. But yeah, but it's like 50-50. It's never gonna be 50-50. Not when it comes to women, dude.
There is not a crisis of only single men. There is a crisis of men wanting mothers and not partners. There is not a crisis of only single men. There's a crisis of men who believe that women are there simply to fulfill their needs, to bear them.
I can't watch the rest of this. I don't want to hear this fucking dumb fuck feminist cunt fucking talk anymore. All right, we're done. So this is boring at this point. It's like I can make the same points over and over again, but it's not gonna amount to a hill of beans, right? This is dumb. I don't want to keep doing this, but fuck, man, I can't finish this. I can't. This is some certain videos. I'm like, I mean, I can make the argument over and over again, but I'm sure it gets boring after a while. Like the argument still stands, you know. The reality that women have been given every advantage in the you know, in the fucking world, and they can't even fucking see it. You know, they get more scholarships, they have more job opportunities. You know, affirmative action, yada yada. Well, it's kind of dead now, but you know, and special enrollment in the colleges. You know, packages, and they have safety nets all over the goddamn place that men don't have access to. You know, they get divorced and shit like that. Like they get divorced and they have a payout at the end of a fucking divorce. Like it's just stupid shit. Like how can you possibly think that you're on the that you're being oppressed by a system that literally pays you to fucking exist? Oh, you happen to be married to this guy? Well, here's some money. Like, you know how fucking retarded that sounds? It's retarded, especially in fucking today's world. Like, if we lived back in the 1950s where women like were heavily encouraged not to work or they just didn't work, okay, fine. But we live in today's world. I'm sorry, this is dumb. Like, they can make their own money. They're all educated now. They can figure it out. But we're never gonna fucking fix that issue. So yeah, I have the We Waffle video from the consequences of sexlessness are scary. I might watch this video. I didn't actually finish the video yet. Here we go. Let's I'm gonna watch this video, then I'll open the chat up. It's like 15 minutes long, so I haven't watched this video yet. So it's cucked waffles.
The only people who steal are those who have nothing.
That's not true, but either way, whatever. This is a dumb fuck statement. The only people who steal? No. Sometimes they're not having nothing. Sometimes they have a lot. They're just greedy, though. It's not the only people who steal, but either way, whatever.
Because why would a rich person need to steal an iPhone, a handbag, or a jacket if they already owned them or could just buy them with their own money? Similarly, in the dynamics between men and women, it appears the only people who steal are the men who have zero value and zero options. A quick Google search of men convicted of the R word shows pretty much every one of them is in the bottom 5% of attractiveness. Once more painting the picture, the lower value the man, the less options he has, the more likely he is to take and force getting what he desires. Anyway, pivoting away from illegal acts, I believe
yeah, but it should be a testament to men overall that, you know, the people act as if we live in a society where like women are literally just getting like ran through the street, and no matter what happens to them, they have to be like escorted through cities when they walk out at night. Women are generally pretty safe when they walk outside at night. Like the crime has been going down since the fucking 90s in general, and now it's gone up in the last few years, but it's still not nearly as high as it was back in the day. So like, this idea that like women are some unsafe as fuck and the world's like this dangerous place is fucking absurd. This is a fantasy that women want you to think so they can keep asking for more and more shit.
general rule exists on a spectrum where the less value and less options a man has, the more likely he is to do something immoral. This ranges from one end, which is a man who is 100% moral.
This isn't necessarily true either. What's he talking about? This isn't necessarily true. None of this is necessarily true. Like, the problem is that we're pathologizing people who simply are just poor, or who are just well less off. Like, it's not necessarily true that like every single poor person or poor people in general are just like, because you're implying that they're just bad people. Like, when you say immoral, they're the victims of circumstance in reality. But like, did they do something wrong? Sure. Obviously, I'm talking about what I talked about earlier, where like it's a fine line between like excusing bad behavior and explaining it, right? So so yeah, it's not necessarily true that like like what he's basically trying to say here is that Chads are more moral, and it's like not necessarily true, because like the way these women talk about the men they're dealing with, which would normally typically be men they would deem to be Chad, or Tyrone or something like that, they apparently aren't very moral from what I hear. So. Let's see what he has to say. I want to see how he's going to define moral.
Honest and plays by the rules.
Not no. Oh boy.
A middle ground where you see men who cheat, lie about their intentions, and hit on women in relationships/marriages. Then all the way at the far end where you reach illegal territory for men who take by force. And in this video, I'm going to be exploring this topic more in depth, because this could potentially be a massive issue in future. The chart from the thumbnail shows men trapped out of the dating market is at an all-time high of 27%. Plus, I've spoken in plenty of previous videos how the top 10% of men are dominating while the bottom 90% are going further and further behind. So, if this isn't addressed, it could lead to tremendous consequences. Anyway, without getting too extreme, the first thing I want to talk about is two men fighting over the same girl. Something we've all seen before, and perhaps the smallest instance of conflict we see in the dating marketplace. I personally have witnessed it play out many times, but the environment I've seen it happen the most, 100%, is nightclubs. The most primal place, I'd argue, men and women can go in the modern day. Now, in my experience, I've seen an interesting dynamic play out when there is a change in the all-important ratio between men and women. Like most nightclubs, men are unlucky and there's usually a surplus of men to women. About 2 to 1, or at worst, 3 to 1. And when it's as bad as this, I see a couple interesting things occur. First of all, of course you have the men who opt out entirely. The guys who loiter like NPCs on the outskirts, sipping their drink occasionally, not talking to anyone. And they do this because they...
Yeah, this is why nightclubs are dying. Fuck would you show up and just show up to drink and go home, bro? Fuck this shit, dude. It can't be fun. You ain't having no fun, bro. 2 men, 1 cup. 3 men, 1 cup. That's kind of funny. Clubs are simping fest. Yeah, dude, it's a simping fest. Clubs and strip clubs, man. A strip club is literally an altar to women, bro. It's an altar. You're practicing idolatry. You're throwing money at a woman for her to fucking exist and swing on a pole.
They've accepted the game is too competitive. And they know they don't have the value to not only attract the women, but also outcompete the other men. Similar to a not only do you need to afford the overpriced house, but you also need to outbid the most delusional buyer. And I'd put the number of NPCs around 33% of men in a club, thus bringing the effective ratio of guys to girls who are actually getting involved to a slightly more modest 2 to 1. Then of these, next I see happen is these men start competing and becoming territorial in order to draw the attention of women. I'm talking when guys stand with their chest and chin up, elbows out, sharp shoulders, and an aggressive look on their face. So the men are not only trying to prove they are attractive to the women, but also signal to the other men that I am the top dog. The number of
All right, dude. Let's keep going. Whatever, man.
fights and aggro goes up dramatically the more saturated the dance floor is with men. And the spark that instigates it is almost always two guys competing over the same girl. And adding a further testament to this point is when the ratio is opposite, so there's more women than men, fights never happen. The men keep themselves to themselves and focus on just approaching the girls that are free and available. Now, some of you experienced clubgoers might think a surplus of women to men doesn't exist. But trust me, at nights reserved for students only, I've seen ratios as good as 1 to 2 or 1 to 3. University seriously is that sweet of a deal. So, my first lesson is, men only become territorial when their resources are scarce. Just like the stealing example. Whereas, if resources aren't scarce and they instead have abundance, men feel no need to compete, take, or steal in order to get what they want. Additionally,
Yeah, I would agree with this in part, but like even then, like yeah, sure you have what you need, but like you can always have more. That's the problem. You know, greed is a function of the human psyche, right? So you always kind of want more. You know, if you're not expanding, you're kind of dying, right?
getting to the next point, I believe everything I've talked about so far can be further extrapolated with regard to men's willingness to play dirty in dating if they have little to no options. I know that was quite a mouthful of a point, but I promise I'm onto something.
What do you mean by play dirty in dating? I want to hear what he means when he says this, because like most men probably aren't going to like. I mean, I guess they probably lie. I don't know. Like, does he mean like lying and doing other actions? Like, I don't know. The actual, yeah, I would say most men are probably going to fall in the middle of the curve, where it's like they might embellish a few things about their life, but very few are ever actually going to go to the full end of the spectrum and actually do any real graping. So.
It might take a couple minutes of explaining and a few examples, but bear with me because I know you'll eventually understand what I mean. So, when I say play dirty, I'm talking about men using strategies that to some would be considered unjust or immoral, but still gets them an unfair advantage. So, a few examples being 1. A man not caring about hitting on a woman even if he knows she is already in a relationship. 2. A man being ambiguous about his intentions and faking the idea he wants a woman long term when in reality he just wants short term.
Oh man, I don't know. Okay, this second one here is definitely not true. Chads do this all the time. Chads play dirty all the time. They don't care. Because Chads can play dirty or they can play clean. It doesn't matter what Chad does really, but Chad he actually gets more by playing dirty, not by playing clean. Because he gets to just have, he can just string them along, pump and dump them and leave. Like, yeah, he can be as ambiguous or as upfront as he wants to be. So like, a man not caring about hitting on a woman even if she knows, yeah, he can do that too. Like, he can do that and get the girl himself. Like, I mean, come on. Like, now is he saying that Chads are less likely to engage in this behavior? I'm not sure. I feel like he's like pathologizing. I guess maybe you could, like, people who have a certain looks have a certain personality, but I think that's kind of like bullshit sometimes. It might be, I don't know. I don't have any data to back that up, but it just seems as if, not that Chad has to play dirty, but women outwardly flirt with him, and even while being in a relationship, he just takes advantage. Yeah, there you go.
3. A man who fabricates things about himself, such as the amount of money he has, car he has, or the dating options he has, all to increase his chances of getting the...
Yeah, this is something that, Chad probably wouldn't have to do, because, like, this is like sort of like pseudo beta buxing. You're trying to say, oh, I got this nice car, and I got money, and I own 3 houses, and yada. Chad's probably wouldn't, because Chad can just ride on his looks, and he might maybe say some shit, but he's probably not gonna have to. If he's in a bad position, he can probably just ride on his looks, and if he's in a good position, he doesn't have to do any of this anyway. But
a woman. And lastly, 4. Some guys even go as far as lying about the beauty of the woman they are talking to in order to elevate the chances she'll be invested.
I don't know. That one's kind of weird, but that one's not too
I hope
consequential, I
you see
guess.
what I mean with these examples. And when it comes to this last one, I found a textbook case a couple days ago that I found hilarious. I'll just read it out. It's from some Facebook post where this skinny guy was hitting on an overweight woman. So, I'm a 21-year-old girl and have never had much interest in dating/S due to body image issues stemming from being overweight. The thought of letting somebody see my body is very frightening considering how much I hate it. I recently, however, have been talking to someone who is very keen to have S with me. I want to have S with him too, but just hate the thought of him seeing my body, especially as he himself is not overweight at all like I am. Although he insists that he finds my body sexy, I can't help but think he's lying considering how much I hate myself. I can't bear the thought of him seeing me naked. Any other girls experience anything similar who might be able to give me some advice on how to feel more comfortable in my body during S, especially for the first time? Thanks in advance. So, from that, let's address the elephant in the room. We all know deep down the only reason he's complimenting her is because he wants box. He's just stooping low because it's probably the best he can do. As I've pointed out in previous,
This is probably the best a lot of men can do, truth be told. So, because so many women are just so fucking fat nowadays, man. Like I'm telling you guys, just walk through a fucking mall, man. You're gonna see some fucking abominations on God's green earth. I can't even really believe myself when I walk through a mall and I'm like, what the fuck is that thing? You're like, what the fuck?
videos, the bottom 90% of men basically have no options in today's dating market, at least immediately available to them. So, if a guy is feeling desperate and has been in a dry spell for a while, he'll likely have no choice but to stoop low and go for the unattractive.
Dude, I guarantee there's some really buff, strong, this ripping black man who will literally come here and just ravage this hole. He will be slamming that hole like as if it was like this is the last time he's ever gonna have sex in his life. Like he's like, fuck it. There is a black man out there for this woman. She can find somebody, bro. There's always someone out there for a woman, bro. I know I'm clowning on black men, but it's somewhat true. There's a black man out there who will literally come here and just go to hog heaven on that shit, dude. He'd be like, my God. Literally in hog heaven, because this chick is pretty heavy. Told you, man. Just the really strong black man out there. He's like, oh, I want to pick her up. Like, yeah, man, you can do that, buddy, because you're obviously you've been lifting the fucking free weights for a long time, so you can have that one, dog.
Women. And tying this back, the reason I believe men do this and all the other unsportsmanlike tactics is due to the fact they have zero options. Because
But that's not necessarily true. Some of these men just do it because it's an easy way to get sex. Like, yeah, sure, they have zero options, but the men who do have options can just use some of these tactics as well, just to fucking get ahead of the game, right? Like, if the chick is like kind of ugly, but you want to smash, you just do it anyway. Like, okay, fine, I want to. Chad smash fat chicks sometimes too as well. It's a known fact. Like, they'll dip down we don't know like that they'll dip down into levels that shouldn't be possible, but they'll do it anyway because that's how strong the male sex drive is. Like, Chad will smash a fat bitch. Tyrone will, not Tyrone per se, but maybe some fucking Pookie will fucking marry the fat bitch and be seen out in public with her. So
let's be honest. If the in-shape guy from the Facebook post actually had attractive options, he certainly wouldn't be going for the overweight women, and he certainly wouldn't be calling them sexy.
Yo, man, maybe he wants some meat. Maybe he wants some meat in his life, dog. Maybe he's not a vegetarian like your faggot ass. Like, that's it, F-bomb. Oh, I'm gonna take it off of YouTube, dude, for sure. It's gonna happen one day, dude. Be prepared for that. But yeah, maybe he's not. Maybe he wants some meat in his life. That's why Tyrone. That's what he really wants it, dog. wants some meat in his life, bro. I'm sorry, I let that one slip out. I'm sorry, YouTube. I know we can't insult our new overlords in the current age, so
He's just stooping low. And
yeah, why not, bro? That's the best he can do. Fuck it.
to support my point even further, notice
Even further. I hate we waffle so much. To support my point even further. Like, come on, man. You speak like a fucking robot. Like, when he's talking about NPCs in the club, he's probably the NPC in real life, bro. He's probably the dude sitting in the corner like, I ain't doing dude. That dude. He speaks like he learned. He speaks like he learned how to talk off of Skillshare. Like he's never once talked in a regular conversational tone in his whole life. It's so weird, man. It's so unnatural. Even in his like honest waffles videos, he's like, like even in those videos, it's kind of bad, right? Like even in those videos where he's supposed to be a little more candid, he's still a little bit kind of like robotic.
how women never have to do any of these BS tactics in order to gain an advantage.
Yeah, because men are different, bro. What do you mean? Notice how women don't have to. Of course, women don't have to do shit, bro. They don't have to do anything. That's the sad part about it. Like, why even bring this point up? You should be comparing these men to other men, not women. Who gives a fuck? And women do play dirty. They play dirty in their own way. They don't have to do stuff like this. Of course, it's gonna be different. You dumb motherfucker. They have different ways of doing shit to women, bro. So yeah, there's competition amongst women as well. I don't know why you think. I don't know. This is weird.
And that's because they already have an abundance of options. I hope you see my point. Desperate people use desperate strategies. And the bottom 90% of men are so desperate in today's market. And this doesn't just apply to dating, but all walks of life. I once had this homeless woman come up to me as I was sitting outside a coffee shop, and
This is actually this is awesome. I know it's not, but
it was 10,000% clear she had a history of illicit substance use. Anyway, she tried explaining to me this heartfelt story, how she slept out in the rain last night, and she needed exactly £8 in order to pay for her bus ticket. The story itself sounded rehearsed. I told her no, I don't have any money. And in response, she said, "Oh, well, you can bank transfer me on your phone." Which again showed her whole story was rehearsed because she knows.
dude, he was gonna get some of that a meth mouth sloppy toppy, bro. She's gonna pay him off like, I'll give you the best suck of your life. I'll give you the best. I can't do it again, but fuck, man. Oh man, she was thinking about that. She pay me for this. Goddamn, old fucking used up fucking meth now fucking chick, dude. Imagine being so the only people who approach you are fucking fucking homeless women. It's like, I need some money, so like, damn, can I get a fucking can I get anything out of this shit?
People will fold in that scenario. I then doubled down and said no, I'm not interested. So she left. Now, what's hilarious is a week later I saw the exact same woman walking around, looking for gullible people to approach, and I saw her walk up to this girl. I stared for about 2-3 minutes, then eventually the homeless woman walked away. So, out of curiosity, I went up to the girl who had just been approached and asked her what she wanted. And believe it or not, the story she told me was the exact same one she told her. £8 for a bus ticket. So, you see in this scenario, someone who's desperate is more likely to twist, lie, deceive, and manipulate. And this makes sense because they are more willing in order to get what they want. Another example. When it comes to relationships, though official figures show men and women cheat on roughly an equal basis, I would argue the ratio that men cheat relative to their opportunities is far higher than women's. For example, a woman might have 100 opportunities to cheat over the course of a year, whereas a man, even if he's above average, will have at most 1 or 2. And of those 1 or 2 opportunities, a lot of men would still do it, because they think it might be their only chance. Extending on from that point, a man getting in a relationship and cheating is often a give and take in itself because they know they wouldn't be able to get both the consistency of intimacy a relationship brings and the variety playing the field brings if they didn't fake giving commitment to their girlfriends. For instance, I once watched a video of Tristan Tate and he said, I always tell a woman on a first date I'm seeing lots of other women. It's an open door policy. She can come with me if she wants, and if she doesn't like it, then the door is there. Now, a man like Tristan Tate can easily say that and not have it impact his options because he's already in the top 1% anyway. But for a man who's only in the top 40 or 30%, he can't do this as he knows his only choice to drive up his abundance is to make false promises such as being in a relationship.
Is to make false promises. Oh, bro.
With a girl.
Dude, it's just not. Nah, bro. It's not gonna happen. I don't know, man. Maybe it's. Why does. Yeah. Jay's right. So why does any of this matter? So what if he's using a dirty tactic? All's loving. I thought this is honestly a pretty shitty video. I thought he was gonna talk about the maybe he will talk about the societal impact of this stuff, but he hasn't talked about any of this any of the actual societal shit about what actually happens when men aren't given certain things in society. So I don't know what he's even going on about here. This is all like, oh, if men aren't given the opportunity to have sex or to have easy access to sex, they'll use dirty tactics, and they're gonna use dirty tactics no matter what, bro. Because like even in a quote unquote good environment, men will still use dirty tactics, right? They'll dirty mac, like so, like yeah, someone said it earlier, right? So like they'll find other ways to use dirty tactics. Dirty tactics are always on the plate. They're always there. This is dumb. Yeah, I think Jay's right. It is a pretty big so. Like, so what if you use the dirty tactic? Why is that a bad thing?
And telling any new women he meets that he is completely single. This all ties back to my overarching message that the lower down the totem pole a man is, the more dirty he is going to play.
Is that even true? One thing, is that true? He's tying it to economics, and I would agree to some extent, but like even then, like if his dirty tactics don't amount to anything anyway, because he's so fucking low tier, who cares? Like, so what if he's using dirty tactics? They're not going anywhere anyway.
So, this leads to the all-important question. How can you avoid being in a position where you feel the urge to play dirty? You'll likely want to do this for moral reasons if you're a man who sees himself as noble and honourable. But you may also want to do.
You don't actually have this choice. What do you mean? There's no choice to be made here. You either are forced to be like, people are only really as good as their circumstances allows them to be oftentimes, right? You know, some people are naturally good somewhat, but like, you know, for the most part, though, a lot of people based off of circumstances, they'll be as good or as bad as it allows them to be sometimes. I'm not saying people aren't moral sometimes for their own, you know, for any other modicum of reasons, but normally, like, it's not because of like, had you not been given them a moral guidance, or or if you weren't given that moral compass, you wouldn't even feel that either. So either way, people will use whatever tactics work in any way possible. I don't know why we have to mark stuff as being dirty. Obviously, there's certain things you shouldn't do, but at the same time, it's just like, you know, it is rather odd that we are, you know. Either way, no one's gonna be doing this for moral reasons anyway. This is weird.
It for internal self-esteem reasons if you'd like to feel you've beaten the game playing 100% fair. Well, I
Is he retarded, bro? Come on. I think people got to give a fuck about that shit, dude.
have 2 solutions. 1. Practicing stoicism.
He's over. It's over, bro. Why did I watch this video? This video is shit, bro. This video is shit. It's absolute shit. read the Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, my dudes. Like, just read that book, and you too will have to play dirty to get women, bro. You know how retarded that fucking sounds, bro? Fuck out of here, dude. Fuck out of here, dog. So you can be a stoic virgin, my dude. Okay. Fuck me, bro.
So you feel less of a need to break the rules in order to gain an unfair advantage. You become grateful for the things you already have in your life.
Oh, man. Just become a fucking living robot, my dude. Just become a living robot. We Waffles is such a fucking grifting little fucking piece of shit. Dude, the fucking retard. Oh my god. Just be a little fucking. I mean, I guess, like, in reality, this is probably your best solution, right? If you can't get pussy, just fucking just become a stoic and become a fucking become a goddamn. I mean, this video only got 45K views, that's how fucking shitty it is. Even though he has, I mean, yeah, sure, is more than what my shit gets, but considering how many subscribers he has, that's pretty low. So.
And don't feel a need to cheat the system so you can get ahead. And 2. Increasing your value as a man so you can win fairly, increasing both the quantity and quality of the women you can attract, whilst being honest about it the whole time doing so. And, in today's day and age, nothing is more important for upping your value as a man than increasing your looks. Forget everything else, looks is king. And, based on this, I am super pleased to share my complete looks maxing program to increase your facial attractiveness by 2 points in 24 hours.
Dude, here we go again. I'm not gonna let him grift on my channel, dude. I can't do it. Is this a filter? I guess he must have got like something. What is the surgery? What? This surgery? He's using his own face as an example. 4 out of 10, 6 out of 10. Is it really? I don't know, bro. I like how like he rated himself too. This is weird. Why would you do that to yourself? Isn't that odd? Let me. This one's so dumb, bro. This one's so dumb. His hair is all unkept, and then he brushes his hair, and now he looks better, guys. What do you fucking know? It's almost like having a haircut and using a comb is very, very basic, guy. Like, come on, bro. This can't be real. This can't be real, bro. I mean, it was only a matter of time. I mean, he's been a grifter the whole time. But my God, bro, look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit. This is such corny. This is so fucking corny, bro. I can't fit. I don't know. I don't know how I do this shit every fucking weekend, bro. I want to kill myself now. I'm lying. Don't call the suicide hotline or some shit. Don't call the police. But my God, bro. I'll do it in Minecraft. My fucking God, bro. This is sad. I'm like, what is this real? I'm like, bro, no fucking way. People are fucking dumb, man. Let me I'm gonna do a meme. I'm gonna open the chat up. I had a pretty long one here, but I can play these videos later, I guess. Let me do a quick meme. We'll do a meme dump, not meme dump, but we'll do a all right, let me do the invite link. Here you go. Copy the invite link, and then here's the there's that. Send the message, and here's your meme. I'll be back in like 10 minutes or some shit. All right, here's your break, and then I'll be back. Go ahead and join me when you're ready. I'm back. All right, let's do this shit. All right, well, nobody's back here yet, so we'll just chill. Yeah, the chat's open. You can come in here now if you want. It's been open for a while now. I have a video I can do, I guess. I have enough content to kind of cover here. God, we office is such a... I don't know, man. I can't do it. Yeah, let's watch the actual shoe on head interview on Breaking Points. I cannot believe that Kyle Kalinske fucking married this fucking used up thought, man. Oh my god. A bad username.
Hey, what's good, man?
Your cat in the background?
Nah, she's good. She's just chilling. She might start me on because I'm talking.
That cat geeks me out every time, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
it's really like a meme.
She's usually quiet like throughout the entire day. I just think, yeah.
God, that's so good. All right, well, let's Oh, you have anything you want to talk about? I'm sorry, I didn't know to put a video up, but
I guess so. I mean, I just been kind of talking to a bunch of girls lately, and
yeah, what's up?
it's kind of the same shit. Like,
How old are these women?
weirdly, a lot of the girls I talk to, they range from like early 20s to like 31, 32.
So like basically their prime dating ages, right? Yeah.
Kind of, but like even the 30s, they're somewhat kind of easy to talk to. You know what I'm trying to say?
Huh? Yeah.
Like
how old are you, by the
kinda
way? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm 28.
Okay, yeah, you're kind of around. I'm like 3 years ahead of you, so.
Yeah, like it's kind of easy to talk to these girls, like,
Or 4 years
but
rather.
they're not like the best, like mentally, because I'm in the city, but like.
Well, you're in the city, right? You're in New York, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Like,
I remember you.
Mental wise, like politics wise and stuff like that, like they're complete trash. But when it comes to how they take care of themselves and like, you know, body wise and like how easy it is to kind of get to the chase or get to the point, it's a lot easier than like the young 20s or whatever, because then you have to kind of play the song and dance and, you know.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, what are they talking about? Yeah, what are they talking about?
To be honest, I kind of just be like, yo, I think you're attractive. Like, what are you trying to do? And they're just kind of like, all right, I think you're cute too. Let's make something happen. And that's kind of the conversation. Like, it's been pretty straightforward.
Yeah, that's kind of nice, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you ever talked about. Did you ever have a problem with dating at all, or no?
Not really.
Yeah.
Like,
I feel like you said that before.
Yeah, it's more like kind of like, is it Black Pill J or whatever? It's kind of like you're not really. I'm not really an incel, but like once you're getting girls or talking, whatever, you enter this weird area where you're gonna have to deal with their bullshit, and that's kind of what I'm dealing with.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, there's this girl that what do you call it? I think she like texted me, right? She was like, hey, are you like free like this date? I was like, I didn't reply. I didn't say anything, right? Because I knew she was like unreliable. And I shit you not, like a couple minutes later, she was like, oh, well, I'm gonna have to cancel because like something came up. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Like, I didn't even say yes or no. So I don't know if these girls are just doing it just to fill their ego or whatever, just to like feel better about canceling or something. But
yeah. I don't know. Well, What's
That's
up,
why my
Ghost?
name is Ghost.
Oh yeah,
Ghost
I see.
Ghost them, bro.
Have you guys heard of the concept zombieing, or what is it called? Like something like a zombie or whatever. Like where they kind of ghost you, but then they like stay around and look at your Instagram and kind of like.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah.
Yeah, I have usually like chicks that I dated in the past kind of reach out randomly. I just actually had one this week. Like I haven't seen her in months, and what happens is probably like things dry on their end. They just kind of hit you up and see what's going on, and try to get together again. And most of the time, I just send them back. Like I just say like I'm dating somebody or some shit like that, and then eventually like you'll find them on dating apps, and then you're there too, right?
That's funny.
Yeah, but that's funny mystery that you were showing with waffles, and like that video was a shit show because obviously like he didn't talk about what he stated he was gonna be talking about in the title, and then this funny thing, kind of like irony, like when the guy, I guess, gives you I guess advice to become like a noble and like play fair. At the same time, the guy is a professional grifter on the Black People's Fair. Doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't know. Like he's just like very obvious. This dude is just like when you see people just selling stuff like, oh look, you can go from a 4 to a 6. I'm like, bro, that's fucking insane, dude. I don't know. Like,
yeah, it's a complete change in narrative, right? Like back in the days, he used to be like a full hardcore black belt, and he would say that you can't change your looks like just like that, right? Like so easily, and it will take a long time to get like from a 5 to a 6 or whatever. And then now you can do it like 2 points in 24 hours. And I remember the day where he had like a live stream once with Thinking Ape, and the beginning of the stream was kind of weak waffle, worrying about like the number of viewers and clicks and shit like that. And I think at the time Thinking Ape didn't say anything, but then he had another stream with that guy Pete, who refused to invite to gatherings, and then they were talking about weak waffle, and Thinking Ape was saying like instead of kind of focusing on the issues and the topic, like the guy is kind of like just wondering about the clicks and the views and ads and shit like that. It's really ironic when you hear somebody like that talking about like playing fair, things like that. I remember like his content used to be a lot better back in the days when he first started. He used to basically like rehash based on LMS videos. So he would be like more like talking about look his.
Yeah, I mean the dude was never really all that original to begin with. If we told, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he wasn't really bringing in like new ideas per se. Like he just really like he really found a And I'm not thinking he got it from me, but he used this like really good, decent PowerPoint. Very obvious that he went to fucking a Skillshare or some shit like that to read a bunch of shit. And it's very obvious that he just has like a very, very basic channel about lookism stuff, and then it kind of sprouted off into like his channel just grew really fast, So he had a good great presentation style, and he's a British, so he gets the a British voice a bonus point for sounding smart type thing, right? You know what I mean, like
yeah, he sounds like a robot, like an NPC.
Yeah.
Yo, have you guys seen the Black Mirror episode where the guy they're in this like weird cubicle kind of like situation where they can't really like leave, and they're just watching TV all day, and they try to like this dude tries to break out of the system because the girl that he was in love with essentially becomes like a porn star. Have you guys seen that?
I'm not familiar with that.
So I just feel that a lot of guys that are like into making content online, like black belt content, are essentially doing the same thing that happened to the main character of that episode, where like you make a show or like a channel about suffering, but it just becomes just a part of the machine. And I think Vanna Blackpill is kind of going that route, where it's like you appeal to incels or whatever, and then once you get all of their attention and the mainstream attention, you just pivot because now you're out of that kind of suffering space in a sense, if that makes any sense.
Wow. That's interesting. Wow. Speaking of the, can I be heard?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Speaking of the wheat waffles, the
What,
thing
man?
you showed, huh?
What's going on, man?
Speaking
You're
of
laughing.
the wheat
Yeah.
waffles thing, you were showing where he was talking about increasing your SMV and by 2 points in what 24 hours.
Yeah.
I actually, I'm actually taking funny story. I'm actually taking some pictures, like some photo shoot pictures.
Yeah.
And I actually decided to buy that thing that Wheat Waffles is selling.
Wow. You're a buyer of this stuff, dude?
Yeah, I bought it. He had like he said something that got my attention. He was like, boost your SMV by 2 points. I'm like, oh shit. I'm taking pictures. I was like, maybe this can help me make some better pictures. Maybe, I don't know. It's just worth hearing what he has to say. So
does he mean like, I don't even know, does he mean taking better pictures? What the fuck are we talking about here? We're actually doing real surgeries.
He has like certain small tips you can take to boost your looks by
like what? Like what? Give me an example.
I'll give you an example. One thing that got my attention. So one thing he has is called water retention. This thing called water retention. So it's this idea that you'll have like a more attractive looking face if you learn to control how much water your face retains, and he has like certain tips and strategies to help you to make sure that your face doesn't retain too much water. So what happens is you purchase the Wheat Waffle subscription or whatever. I just bought did a one-time fee because that's the only way you can get access to the content. And I'm like watching the video. Once you pay for it, then you get access to like certain videos that talks about this stuff. So I'm just watching it, and I'm only doing this because I'm taking pictures. So I was like, why not? Like, I mean, it couldn't hurt. I mean, that's my funny story.
Oh, okay, well.
Yeah, I just bought the course too. So I'm a normie today. So tomorrow around this time I'll be a chat.
You'll be a chat like, right? Great. I can't.
Exactly.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, I think.
Ryder, how much of the stuff have you bought from this guy?
Oh, so I bought. I did mention before that I bought a face rating from him. Not a face. Face tips, I should say. Like I told him I didn't want an actual rating. I just wanted like tips. So I bought that, and then I bought this access to his content. I think it's like a monthly subscription, but I don't know. I don't know if it's a one-time fee. I think it's a one-time fee. So
yeah, but this stuff actually like borne out for you or what?
I will say this: since I've been like trying to looks max, I've been getting results. I have. I mean,
off of his course, or like is this something you really had to pay for though?
I mean, was it stuff that I had to pay for? Maybe not, but I mean,
yeah, that's partially my point. It's like you shouldn't have to pay for this advice, right? You know what I mean? Like you should be very apparent what you have to do once you know what the actual thing is, right? You know what I mean? Like,
but he was talking about. I mean, I just thought it was interesting. I was like, wait, because I saw his before and after pictures, and I didn't think they looked too bad. I was like, wow, they look not too bad. So I was like, what the hell? I mean, what do I have to lose? Like, screw it. Right?
Did you find the rating he gave you like was kind of accurate in real life? Like, did it represent your kind of experience?
So here's the thing, and I actually mentioned this before. You might have not caught it, but I told him I did not want an actual rating. So I just wanted like tips. I just wanted his opinion on what he thought.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of like defeats the whole purpose. Cause you kind of have to have a rating to kind of go off of anyway. He had one. He probably definitely gave you one. He just didn't tell you what it was. Obviously, if assuming he's doing it right, assuming he knows what the fuck he's doing right. I really don't think he does, but in my opinion, if he rated you whatever, then like because there is a certain rating where like looks maxing will net you no benefit. So like in order to looks max, in my opinion, you have to at least be normie probably.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah, exactly.
a sub 5 law is still, in my opinion, that's very relevant. Like if you're a 4, 3, or 2, maybe a 4, but even what territory would you be in there? If you gain 2 points, 4 to 6? I don't know that.
Let me ask
I
you
guess.
something.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. So let me answer the I think it was, I don't know if it was Ghost or I think it was, or Bad Username. I don't know which one asked me the question. Let me answer his question first. And let me address the thing that you just said, Mystery. So to answer the first question, I said I didn't not want a rating, but I said just give me your opinion on what you think my what you think my strengths and weaknesses are, and he told me that. And I've actually been rated by other people, like professional aesthetic companies or whatever you want to call it. They've rated me too, like giving me like a face rating report. So, and I did find that some of the stuff that We Waffle said was consistent with things that other raters had given me, and then some of it was stuff I had never heard before. So hopefully that kind of answers your question. But to answer Mystery, I think I might have lost my train of thought. I was going to address something you said, Mystery. Oh, I know what I was going to say. All right, so what I was going to say was, you said that if you're sub 5, there's probably you don't think looks maxing is going to benefit you much. But
because like you're starting off with a pretty bad canvas anyway, right? If your face is like your canvas, and they have to like rearrange something or something like that, or do whatever they have to do, or any surgery you do, like how much net benefit are you getting out of each surgery? Like doing basic stuff, sure. Like like obviously everyone should have a decent haircut, but like this isn't gonna make you stand out anymore because you have a haircut, you just look like everybody else. Like okay, so like if everybody has the same haircut type shit, if everybody has the best haircut, there's the only thing left really there is your look. So I'm just kind of curious, like, what actual hardcore look maxing thing is he talking about doing? Or is he just talking about doing, like, soft look maxing where it's like, oh, yeah, you brush your teeth, you comb your hair, maybe you wear shoe lifts, like, very, very soft stuff. Or is he talking about breaking your limbs and growing extra 2 feet? And then, how much is he talking about? Is it just for your face, like, your whole time? Which I guess it makes some sense, but...
Here, okay, I can actually pull out the report right now. It's like a 1-pager. He said he told me what my strengths and weaknesses were. But then some advice he gave me. He said, don't laugh, guys. He gave me five pieces of advice, 5 talking points. The first one was, quote, Jim. He said that was his first piece of advice. Go to the gym. Which to me, I was like already at a very good body weight. And I mean, I didn't really find that advice too useful. The second piece of advice was start a skincare regimen because he said my skin looked a little rough. The third piece of advice, he noticed that I had a little bit of hair loss. So he said I should use like basically Rogaine. The fourth piece of advice he gave me was, he said I needed thicker eyebrows. So he said, start using castor oil. And then the last piece of advice he gave me was, he said, I have a sort of a thin neck. So he said I should start training my neck to make it thicker. That's what he's, no. And then, wait, there's actually 3 more points. Oh no, actually I'm looking at it. Actually, it goes on more. He actually gave me some, he did give me some hardcore looks maxing advice. He said I could have surgery. He said I should have a blepharoplasty, which is for your lower eyelids. And then he said he also recommended a rhinoplasty, which is, we all know that's a nose job. And he also recommended I get hair restoration surgery. So, and then he also said I should work on my style. So,
do you think these are things?
Yes. Like helpful, that would help me,
yeah.
yes. And these are things that I have done, and I have seen results. Like I really have.
Wait, what did he rate? Oh no, he didn't rate you all that.
He didn't rate you off rip anyway. So
here's what I would.
Have you had girls rate you before?
Have I had girls what?
Like girls rate you like girls that you've been with, maybe
I
like
mean, yes and no. Like an official rating, no. But I mean, but we know the best rating system of all, which is Tinder. Right? That's the real rating system that counts. Yeah, I've seen results. I mean, I like the types of women I've been able to match with. I'm like, there's
my
no freaking way.
my experience has been Wheat Waffles rated me a 5, and I've had women rate me like somewhere near an 8, and I think that was exaggeration. I don't think I'm an 8, but so I can't really. I don't know. I don't really trust Wheat Waffles rating system, to be honest.
I don't.
Black or...
I don't think he's the best rater either necessarily. But I mean, how many people out there are really doing ratings? To be honest, so
I mean, because the thing is that with him, it's payment, right? So if you just pay for a rating, then he might rate you lower, so you can pay for tips to be rated, to improve your S&P, So it's one of those things where you have to pay for the whole package to at least get something of value rather than just the rating itself.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because this full package is like $25, but then the rating is $5. So it's like most people might throw away $5 and be like, "Yo, let me get rated," and then it's like, "Oh, I got rated a 4. Why am I a 4?" And then that's when you pay the $25 to get like an explanation.
Yeah, the one thing I do kind of agree with that he did say was that the water retention. Yeah, I don't retain, just naturally sort of. I don't retain a lot of water in my face, so like my face never really gets like that fat. So like even when I am kind of like bloated up a little bit, like my face still maintains a pretty decent like what it looked like before and after. So I've been lifting the weights pretty much like every like week for the last few weeks. So trying to like get some more muscle on, but yeah, it's just like so I just retain a lot of water and also like also have a lot of like decent muscle gain as well. But either way, like it's true. Like a water retention is like I can retain like northwards of like sometimes 15 because like you shouldn't be losing like 15 pounds in like literally like a week. Like it seems really fast, but I can literally like do that sometimes. It's like but it's almost all water. It's like I just sweat it out. It's like insane how much I fucking sweat. Like
let me so that in this kind of segues into something a point that I wanted to make. I had mentioned this term and I got laughed at. I got a lot of flack for it when I mentioned it a long time ago on the stream. I brought up this thing called sex appeal. I know we talk a lot about the Chad thing, and we know Chad is a real thing, but do you guys ever like think like there is something else? There is another attraction switch in women that is outside of the whole Chad thing, that like if like there's a certain style that a man can have that even if he's not a Chad, like some women, not all, but there's some women out there would just like find this guy irresistible. Like that's
I think I mean like yeah.
Let me say this. Let me
like because the thing is that you always have to remember that like nature's always comes before sociological factors. Like nature still reigns supreme.
But let me and I'll give you an example. I was at a restaurant a few days ago, and I saw like this guy. He could not have been taller than 5'6".
Yeah.
So he's on the shorter side, and he had a hot girlfriend. She had to be a Stacy Light. Some guys would look at her and might even think she was a Stacy. And this guy, this was her boyfriend. We were waiting in the line in the restaurant, and she was all over this guy, like he was like the sexiest guy on the planet. I'm like, this guy is super short. Like I'm like, you know what I mean? So when I see
how did he look?
I would say he was at least a high tier normie in the face, but he was like I said, short on the shorter side.
Are you rating these people? Were you rating them as objectively as you are now, or what? Because like you gotta,
I think so.
I think that men like like I said,
and he was overweight, and he was slightly overweight.
Yeah, how old were they?
They were young, like early 20s.
Like young, like what?
I would guess maybe 20, 21.
Okay.
And
white dude, I guess. He said Stacy, something even white.
They both Asian.
Asian? Yeah. Well,
but
it makes some sense. But it would make some. It would make some. Like it would make some sense. Like once again, people still marry from their own race. So like, yeah, that's the best you can get as an Asian, I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
Asian
they're both Asian. They're both Asian.
Yeah.
And he was slightly overweight, and he, like I said, he was shorter than 5'6", but he had a decent face, maybe a high tier normie face, and slightly overweight, but he had good style.
Okay.
I mean, she was like all over this guy, and this was a hot girl. So I mean, when I see things like that, I'm like, I mean, we know Chad is a real thing, but it kind of makes me wonder: is there something else we're not, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, like we talk about, yeah, sure, like there are people who simply just they simply just luck into a girlfriend and luck into a relationship and luck into a thing. Like, it does happen. Like, not every single relationship is between a Chad and a Chad and a Stacy, or a Chad and a Becky or something like that, right? Like, there are some, like, sometimes it just happens out that way. Like, there's still some stuff going on in the mix and a little bit here, but in general, though, like, a lot of people are just kind of like the dating market is like it's constantly in flux. So like things are coming and going, and new cultural things are going on. Like, if you had told me that, what's that dude's name? The dude from Star Wars. What's that fucking guy's name? The guy who played what's that?
Adam Driver.
Tom Boyega.
Yeah,
with Adam Driver. Yeah, if you told me him, like, there's probably someone out there lusting over him, but he doesn't look like. But like, so like, yeah, cultural things can play and have an effect, but it's not because of his look per se, because like he has the status of like being that, right? Like, so like, we don't know what Asian people do tend to accumulate a lot of wealth. So like, we don't know who this dude's is getting that woman off of the status of having the money or something like that. We don't know. Like, we were always like, we look at looks a lot because like looks is a huge determinant factor,
absolutely.
but we got, when you got to go back though, you have to like, okay, but like looks, money, status, LMS, face, and LMS. Like, face is the predominant factor. Your face is fucked, you're fucked. But money and status and LMS can, like, the look, your body. For a man, probably not so much, but for a woman, absolutely. I think men. I don't know, but if you have a shitty body, the man, you can like, if you slim up, that's the best you can do. But for women, like, yeah, either way, but. LMS like type shit, like it still applies, right? Money and status, like they're like, yeah.
Think about the Jay-Z and Beyonce.
I'm sorry, Roddy. You said you wanted to rebut.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no rebuttal. Like, I just
yeah, I just think like when we see a relationship, we just like, a lot of people. This is why I like lookism. I hate the fact that a little bit that lookism has become the predominant part of the black pill somewhat, because like it's a huge portion of it, right? But like when people go out and in the real world though, they're like, well, I see all these relationships, and like we don't know what's going on. Like, if you actually believe this ideology, you would be assuming that, okay, this dude's either loaded or he's got status in some or it goes a little bit of both, right? But like a lot of people, I don't think they actually believe what they sometimes what they say, right? Like, they say certain things, it's like, okay, I don't know, like, if you actually believe the theories, then it's like, yeah, LMS is always in effect here, and face is always in effect here. So
that's interesting. Yeah. No. Obviously, yeah. I obviously looks is the dominating factor. Like, I will never stop believing that. But I just
think
do
social
wonder
skills
sometimes.
is a big part of it too. Social skills is so underrated in the black pill community, I think.
Yeah,
I would agree. Yeah, I mean, it's just like all these, everything kind of matters, but at the end of the day, the predominant thing is always going to be your face, and then everything. Because like at the end of the day, like you're looking for genetic fitness, and one of the things, and like you're looking at your face 99% of the time. Like, it has to be your face. Like, everything else that comes after that, like, it's still a factor. Face is still in play, but something else could make up for it. But you can never really make up for being a genetic reject, though. Not really. She's just like, okay, I'll take this deal for now, but she's always gonna. I think they always leave at some point. I don't know, but maybe that's just me being too super black pilled. But
yeah, and then let's say like you're a Chad, and then somehow you lack social skills, you're gonna have enough chances.
I mean, they even leave Chad, so they have even less incentive to stay with you anyway, right? So, I mean, they leave Tom Brady or something like that, right? But look at Tom Brady now. I don't know. Look at the whole. I don't know what's going on in that relationship dynamic, but he seems to be finding younger and younger women, and I don't know what the fuck. But he's Chad though. Like, he's do what the fuck he wants.
Yeah.
Jack Tisson, what's up, dude?
You right, my friend? You right?
What's up, buddy? How you doing, man?
Hi.
Yeah, fine, thank you. Yeah, I think you're right. Face is very important. Face is probably, I would say, number one when it comes to a genetic reflector, reflecting your genetic value to people and how they perceive you as how you rank on the genetic scale.
I saw your. I meant to listen to your latest stream on the passport. You made a stream about passport bros. So I've been meaning to go check that out.
Yeah. I just trying to make a point that it was when people are talking about passport bros, it's essentially men who are going along with the instincts that of men in the past. It's like a conquering principle. In the modern age, you haven't really got many freedoms left, so it kind of goes to that instinct that men have got to go to other places and go into another country and have that sort of conquistador mind frame, and it's been sublimated into the passport bros, and it's something natural. So this is part of the reason why guys like it so much. They like that fact that they're going in somewhere, and also I think the danger aspect is something that appeals to some men, because when you go into another country, particularly in the third world, there's less police, there's less security. So a lot of guys are going to these places, and there's a potential that they could be in danger. And I think that excites some guys as well. And these things go together. And when these guys go to these countries and they slay, it's almost like they've got into some sort of medieval battle in their own mind. And then when they come back, they feel like they've actually achieved something, rather than just sitting in front of a computer screen or doing something mundane in the West. So I was saying that this is a good thing, and it's something that guys should do, because at least is a life affirming activities, and I think it's something that's not going to stop. It's going to continue as long as globalism continues, and hopefully. We don't have some of the things that I mentioned later on in the video. They're talking about 15-minute cities now, and climate lockdowns, and restricting people's rights to travel. So we should definitely take advantage of it as much as possible before any possible crackdowns start to appear later on in this decade, perhaps.
Yeah, I hear women have been. I hear female employees at the State Department here in the United States have been ripping up passport bros applications. Passport applications.
Well, yeah.
I don't know if you guys heard that.
Part of the reason for this, I believe, is that you've got a certain section of a society who are right at the bottom. They're the part of the society where it kind of creates cohesion for the mainstream. They've got a part of society who they're legitimately allowed to hate, and hate creates a sense of cohesion for the in group.
Yeah.
And if you've got all these people that you're allowed to dislike for reasons, perhaps they're not as good looking, perhaps they're not NT, perhaps they're not as wealthy as on average. They've got something about them that distinguishes them from the mainstream, and these people are chipping away and actually gaining higher status in other places. Then you're kind of taking away their genetic material, which they use to actually feel better about themselves and actually understand themselves as members of the in group. So that's a part of the reason I believe that they're so aggressive towards the passport bros, because they want these people as victims. And I think it's a good thing when they go away and have a great time, because it shows the mainstream in group that they're not as great as they think they are, and they're actually just mundane normies and retards, and they actually just live mundane lowbrow lives. And these guys are actually going off and doing things that they would never even do because they're too conformist. So it's I think it's a good development, passport bros, and I really support it, and I hope it continues into the future.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be traveling in the next few weeks. Actually, I think I'm going to be heading to Asia.
Great.
Yeah,
good shit, man.
Yeah, I'm ready to just get the hell out of here. Like I don't know, it's like every day. It's like every day I just want to get out of here, man. I just don't want to be here anymore.
I just hate it
every single day. Yeah, absolutely.
That bad, huh?
Yes, it's that bad, man. It's that bad, and yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I was talking about how I don't know if you had Jack, if you had heard this on a previous stream. I I had a theory about men who travel, who geomax, and what I said was, I said that one of the reasons I think society really dislikes geomaxers, and they're giving so much pushback against this passport bro movement, is because these guys who leave, they're responsible for doing so much in society, and they're responsible for being cleanup men, and they're responsible for giving their civic duty, and they're responsible for a lot of a lot of the labor that we see in society. And it's like when these guys pick up and leave to go to other countries, um, well, who's gonna do the hard work now? Who's gonna protect the communities now, right? And then that responsibility kind of falls on on the Chads and the Tyrones and and all these other guys, right?
Yeah.
Who are monopolizing women's attention. So I think that I don't know. I was just I don't know if anyone had any thoughts on that.
Uh, I think that could be part of the reason, in my opinion, my friends, why if you've got lots of men who are uh, uh, sort of blue collar type guys, and they're leaving, then obviously that would create a brain drain within critical areas. And if they started to notice that, then that would be a bad thing for society as a whole. So the types of people who are heavily invested in keeping this society going and keeping it advancing, they would be upset about that. I mean, I've done geomaxing quite a bit this year, and I to display the type of attitude that females have towards guys who uh, uh, geomax. I'll tell you something that happened. I was in a cafe uh, just outside the East End in London, and uh, I was talking to this woman, and she works in a cafe, and I'd say she's a higher tier Becky, but she's friendly enough. But she's only friendly to me because she has to be, because I'm a customer and I go in there all the time with the dog.
Right, right.
And this chick asked me how I'm doing, all that kind of thing, and she said to me, "Where have you been recently? You're really brown on that." And I said, "Oh, I've just been over in the south of Europe. I was meeting my girlfriend." And she looked really shocked. And she went, oh, is she nice, is she? And I said, yeah. And I could tell by looking at her body language that she was angry that a guy of my genetic status, a guy of my social status, a guy that she had known and has judged as a person who should be right at the bottom of society and excluded from all the critical parts of the in group, had actually managed to escape this societal structure and actually got off and done something which took apart their beliefs in what I was as a man, and it kind of discombobulates their how they formulate their hierarchies,
Yeah.
and they feel like you should, because they've categorized you as this person who they feel like who should be at the bottom. They then have to reformulate their views, and then reformulating their views is a very painful process, especially if it happens over a long period of time. And I think that's part of the reason why uh, they don't like the passport bros, because it creates some sort of instability in the social structure as a whole. And
Mhm.
uh, they're I just think it's great, and one of the things I think passport bros should do. There's this argument that you shouldn't take them home, but I think you could take them back to your homeland for perhaps a holiday. So if you, for example, if you go to somewhere like Asia, or you go to Latin America, or you go to any country really, and you manage to bag yourself a really hot chick, and she lives the majority of the time in her homeland, there's nothing to stop you going into your homeland for maybe 2 weeks or something. Take her to some nice places, and then you can take her to places where the ladies that had rejected you can see her with you, and that would also create a bit of mental torment on their side, because they start to think, hang on a minute, what's this guy doing? And it's a bit of trolling on the public, but perhaps that would be a bit of entertainment for some guys. That's something I think, just for a bit of trolling, a bit of entertainment. Yeah, but they hate passport bros because they want to kick them while they're down. What they want with these guys at the bottom of society, these incels, low status males, men who are right at the bottom of society, they want to patronize them. They want to exclude them. They want to gaslight them, and effectively they want them dead. And they do this through the process of social exclusion. Because if you're excluded, what happens is that you don't release the correct amount of hormones in your actual system. You're under stress all the time. You have cortisol, you have adrenaline, and it actually degrades your internal system. Your actually organs start to degrade, and then you start getting poor physical and mental health, and then eventually, downstream from this is death. And the actual social system is designed to torment these men, and then eventually for them to either kill themselves or they die from some sort of disease because they're so under stress. And then they can exclude these people and as a sort of eugenic principle. But when these men break out, it's almost like they're not allowed to kill these people anymore. And and that kind of actions on the side of the passport bros is almost like an internal war going on between the rejects and the people who haven't been rejected, and they want you to suffer. And when you're not suffering and you're actually breaking out, then they want to put you back down there. So this is the kind of dynamics going on. So you've actually got to see these people what they are. If the society hates you, you've actually got to see them as, in a way, kind of like a low level antagonist, if that makes sense.
Jack, did you mention you geomaxed in Portugal and Spain?
Jack, are you there?
Yeah.
I was just wondering, like, did you mention previously that you geomaxed in Portugal and Spain? I'm not sure, like, maybe it's not here. It has like some audio issues.
Yeah, it's weird. What's going on, Jack?
Yeah.
You there?
I find it very hard to hear people. Is other people having problems with their audio?
No,
I hear it fine. Yeah, it sounds fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just saying that.
Do you think there's some truth to that? What I said, or maybe I'm a bit off point.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Jack. Like you said you geomaxed in Portugal and Spain, correct? Yeah, I think.
Oh yeah, there's something going on with the audio. Yeah,
that's fine. Yeah, I actually wanted to talk mystery. I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about all the coping happening in the manosphere and bad advice. You know, stuff like as a man you peak in your 60s and 70s and shit like that.
Oh, what a cope! Go for it.
Yeah, it's such a cope, and I'm kind of like pushing 40, and I already like see that I have less options now than I had like maybe 5-10 years ago.
Right. Those guys. We mentioned it before. It's like these red pill guys who are like, they're typically Gen X, Generation X. Because I don't really hear too. I mean, when it comes to like the younger younger content creators, they do seem to be more in touch with reality, and I just can never understand why are Gen X people, most of whom have not been active in the dating market for God knows how many years.
Yeah,
what credibility do they have?
Yeah, they're so out of touch, like Jordan Peterson, all those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So.
And as far as like money, we talk about LMS. I don't think money has that much of weight, if you will, these days as it used to.
I would agree to some extent that women are never, once again, they're never really in any financial danger. They always have some sort of fallback. Some dude will pick them up out of poverty, or they can just go to a homeless shelter or something like that. So like, when it comes to like financial security, yeah, sure, they'll be in a lower position, but like even beyond that, but even beyond the fact that they have a safety net, like which is like entirely made for them, they also just have more employment opportunities and opportunities to go to college and scholarships and stuff like that. So they all actually end up getting like generally pretty decent jobs, if only because they're women, and got college degrees at higher rates than men did. So we live in a very credentialist society. So employers still look for the college degree no matter what. So
yeah, I think the whole money thing. Yeah, you could I think someone said it on a Face and LMS stream. Like the beta bucks thing is like it just doesn't work like it used to. I think like if you're trying to run money game, I think your best shot is you're probably just gonna your best hope is really to get a single mom. Really, I think. And I mean like a single mother with multiple kids. I don't mean like one or two kids. Like I mean like a single mother with like 3 or more kids. I think that's when you can start to see your money really work for you. But what kind of option is that?
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think it's a good idea to lead with your wallet. I would rather if you want to do that, I would rather escort max. Although I kind of understand why not all people would want that. There's not any validation in it, so to speak. But I do think that for the most part, when I think about the women that I've dated, especially after I did my kind of hard looks max and stuff. Most of them were kind of in close kind of financial position to me. I'm kind of a little bit above average, but not super rich. I've always had a decent car, decent house, not necessarily super flashy. I remember when I was broke back in the days, I used to have a shitty car, and then I would be dating a chick, and then once she sees my car or rides with me, that would be the last date or some shit like that. So I do understand that your money or the way you kind of carry yourself has a little bit of importance, but I don't think it's Bugattis and all those things Andrew Tate and Jay Waller make it to be.
Yeah,
you don't need a Bugatti.
Yeah, no, not at all. I don't think so. Not at all, man.
Yeah, I think the most underrated thing that I noticed in the black pill is the social skills, because we all agree that looks are important, and I see in my experience when I did my my surgeries, my game, my personality didn't change that much. So it was more of the halo effect that I experienced after that, right? And I think there's a lot of mental issue in the manosphere. When you just look at the chat, read some comments and stuff like that, there's a lot of bitterness, and it's easy to kind of always try to blame everything on looks, where sometimes when I think about some of my experiences, I think I would have been rejected even if I was a gigachad, because I fucked up so bad, right? So it's always gonna be oh, it's looks and women are shallow and all that, but it's not always that. Sometimes you're attractive enough, and then you just fuck it up when you talk, and it happens. You're not gonna succeed every single time, but it's not always because of your looks that you fail.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I agree. When did you do your surgeries, by the way?
So I think so I started looking at the black pill stuff around end 2016, beginning 2017, and I think in 2018 I went for a nose job and hair transplant. So usually when you get a hair transplant, you start seeing results anywhere between 6 months to a year, I'm gonna say. And then for a nose job, usually your nose is swollen for a couple weeks, and then the swelling is gone, but then your nose is not kind of settled, and then maybe 6 months to a year or two. And then after that, I was also doing a little bit of gym maxing. I wasn't overweight or anything. I just wanted to have a better body fat. Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. And then I did also Invisalign, which I'm still wearing to this day. But I'm kind of at the final stages. What I like with the Invisalign is you can take it out whenever you want. So if you're going on a date or whatever, you can just take it out and then put it back when you're home or something. It's kind of convenient. And I think teeth make a huge difference. I can see it now. My teeth were not too bad to begin with, but then now it's kind of people I get some chicks who say I like your teeth, your smile, stuff like that. So That didn't happen that often back in the days. And overall, like the more, I guess, the more you improve your looks, the more your life, gets easier. Like in pretty much every single aspect. Like even interacting with men, unfortunately, like you're more included. You get less pushback on things. Like people are more agreeable with you, and obviously with women, it's more.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Wow. Yeah, it's very true. It's very true.
Yeah. So the thing with me is like I never kind of like went down the path of like I hate women because they're not attracted to me, because I've had like some experiences in the past where like hideous chicks would approach me like in bars or clubs and stuff, and then I would reject them myself because I'm not attracted to them, right? Like can't control it. It's like either you pass or you fail, and I kind of like took it like in that perspective with me. So if they're not attracted to me, there's not much I can do. And trying to game your way and convince a woman who's not attracted to you to be attracted to you is just silly, right? So you just like work on yourself and then try to be attractive, and then I guess the rest is halo effect. And as I said, like I think social skills are a big one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah, as far as money and stuff, like what I noticed is I've always like had a condo, like a 1-2 bedroom, whatever, like not too big because I live on my own, right? And then I would always like try to make it as cozy as possible. So it was like with those LED lights, try to make it like a little bit fancier, like when you get in, kind of like a nightclub vibe, but it's not a nightclub, have like a good TVs, good sound system and stuff. And then most chicks kind of like it, right? And then they say, "Oh, I like your place," and stuff like that. And I've had chicks, for example, where I would be dating them like over an extended period of time, and then I kind of like I try not to go to restaurants and fancy dinners and stuff like that with chicks unless I've had sex with them before. And then sometimes I suggest, like, let's say like you've been fucking chicks for a couple of weeks, okay, so this kind of like deserves a dinner now, so let's go and have dinner. And then the chick say like, no, I would like to get together at your place, I like your place, and let's do something there.
Nice, nice. That's interesting that you talk about. You say you have you have your own condo, and
Yeah.
I know.
No, my own. I just rent. I just rent.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I know Mystery. I know that you. I know you own I know you're a homeowner.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised. I took a look at the job. I took a look at the housing market the other day, and I'm surprised that the housing market is still doing as well as it is with the number of single men out here. I'm like, who the hell is buying all these homes?
Well, the women are buying them. Like that's definitely been one of the bigger I think I read some articles about that. Women are buying homes at a higher clip than men are. Which, truth be told, I mean it's kind of, I don't know if it's dumb right now. I don't know. It just seems dumb. Like the rates are extremely high. I guess if you think they're gonna go higher, I guess you buy now because they might not come back down for a long time. But 7% for a loan, I mean, when it's been like 3% the last few years is really that's just rough. Like, especially when you're paying more for the home as well. Like, I don't know how they're affording that, but
yeah, I don't know how they're.
But they always have a way out, though. Like I said.
Yeah, I mean, women hold the majority of 60-70% of society's debt, and they're buying homes. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's weird.
It's weird.
There's another one, BPJ, BlackRock, and other investment companies. Yeah, those are also true as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they hold women. We know women hold the majority of the student debt. And we know that women are mass consumers. We spend way more money than men. I don't know where this economic system's gonna go. I don't know.
Like our entire system is based off of like the more debt there is, the more dollars there are, and it's like it's a really perverse system where like people forget that like how fucked the banking system really is. This is stuff that Schiff used to talk about a lot. But it is pretty fucked if you think about it, right? Because like right now the reserve banking rate is like 0%. Like so banks don't have to hold any of your money in reserve So in the event of something happening, well, there's like, I mean, yeah, sure, you have the FDIC, but my God, how much money does that really have to cover if something were to happen, like a massive financial collapse or some shit like that? And you'd be cooked. Like, but I guess if that happened, you'd have other stuff to worry about, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, the banking system's really perverse. So like, yeah, that rate is like 0%. So like, yeah, the banks aren't holding any of your money. Rather, they don't have to do shit, and they can just play with all your money in your bank account. And yeah, sure, you show up there now and it's there, but like, it's not protected by any like level of assurance anymore at the federal, the Fed level rather. So
yeah. I just I guess the whole housing thing, when I found out the housing thing is going great, housing market is doing great, I was kind of,
yeah, I mean, my house has appreciated by quite a bit since I bought it back in when did I move here?
Appreciated.
That's appreciated. Yeah, it's gone up a lot. So
the value's gone up. Okay.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping the market was doing bad because
I mean,
yes,
I think in the last few months it's gone down, but I mean, from where I bought it at, is like, I gained a lot of money off of that.
Really?
What's up?
Now, because I was like thinking, man, I was like,
you there, right?
We're not. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I was kind of disappointed that the housing market wasn't doing worse, because I was gonna say, yes, inkwells were having an effect. We're not buying homes, like.
Not gonna happen. Yeah, but to your point, Mystery. So I do agree that you have a property goes up and everything, but then if you sell your property now, what you get for that money is like the same or less, right? Like after
yeah, and then you have to move somewhere else, and
really
you just kind of fucked.
It's appreciated, is that right? So it's like the inflation is so bad that your house now is gonna cost you, way more if you were to buy it today. That's kind of like.
But for me, like, I guess in general, though, like from when I bought it, I think it either, as long as it either exceeds or keeps up with inflation, you're ahead, right?
Right.
Well, yeah, the inflation drove it up, but like in my ass, go ahead.
Yeah, because I do own property myself. I just rent it out because it's kind of
that's kind of my goal with this place I currently have right now, is to eventually rent it out. I don't plan on selling it ever. I mean, the rate's so low. I'm like, I don't want to sell it. I do have, I can probably swing something else later on, but yeah, for a living situation.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no.
Ghost. I thought you were talking, Ghost. I'm sorry.
No.
I wasn't gonna say anything. No.
They're gonna implement a bachelor tax right before the shit hits the fan, but it'll be too late. I don't know why they keep repeating the fault of history, but I guess it's only natural, right? But like they tried that in the past and it doesn't work. It's just weird. And if you're gonna do a bachelor tax, is this gonna be men, or is it gonna be both men and women who are single? Because like,
Right.
Yeah. So I heard a funny quote on on Instagram, and they said one of the biggest scams in society. They said, so you will go to work and you make wages and you get taxed on your wages, right? They call it an income tax.
Yeah.
And then so that gets taxed, and then you get what's left over from that. And then you get, when you go out and use that money to buy stuff, there's a sales tax. So you get that. And then if you, I think, what was it? And I think they said if it's a luxury item, after you get the luxury item, you get taxed a luxury tax. So it's like you get taxed 3 times.
Yeah, it's a never-ending cycle, isn't it?
Yeah, you get taxed at the ass in this country, dude. Like, people like this country was founded on like fucking up for fighting against fucked up taxes, but here we are getting taxed at the ass, and we don't do shit about it.
No.
Right.
No.
Yeah, just this year in Canada, actually, we had 2 carbon taxes. For environment.
How is Canada still around? Like, how did that country not just dissolve into like how are the people there just self end because they have the ability to, because it's so miserable there, or what do they do? Because like that place seems like hell on earth.
It's just like America. America and Canada are
yeah, but like I've heard Canada's like housing inflation's fucking insane. Like it's even beyond America. It's like I usually think America's bad. Places like Toronto are fucking insane. Like
Yeah, I think the West Coast in Canada is pretty much like California and US, so pretty high prices. Everything is more expensive, and it's getting worse by the minute these days. Just this year, like we used to, I think the um, the gas prices went up like almost like 71 cents a liter. Um, that's pretty high. Like we used to pay like 140. Now it's like 210, something like that. And they did pretty much what you were saying, Ryder. They had like a carbon tax one, where like to kind of like there's always like around environment and climate change and shit. And then they had another carbon tax too, and then they applied the sales tax on top of these two taxes. So you end up like with like 70 cents on top of like a price that is already like 75% taxes. It's almost like now it's like 90 to 95% taxes on the liter of gas, and it's never ending. And you have like income tax, property tax, like
and
everywhere you go.
people also keep forgetting the biggest tax of all, inflation. Inflation is a tax on your wages. It's a tax, like is what it is.
Yeah,
they're printing up money for future debts. So yeah,
right.
Current debt.
So by the time you get like a 1 or 2% increase on your yearly salary with your company,
you already lost
the
like
inflation would the inflation went like 10% worse, and then everything is more expensive, and then you have like pay taxes all over the place.
Yeah, it's insane, and people keep forgetting that like inflation isn't just like, oh, it went up 3% and then went back down to zero. No, it's literally inflation on top of inflation on top of inflation. So if it goes up 15%, then goes up 3% next time, it's still like that's a pretty big amount of like the way it kind of works. Like it kind of like compounds on itself a little bit. So it's insane. Like,
right?
Yeah, this is a fucked up situation to be in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like like that's like one of the biggest things. Like no one gives a fuck about that shit though. It's like, man, or people do, but like they don't do. I don't know. They just don't. I don't know what they think. Truth be told, but half the damn time. But what's up, BPJ? You here?
Yeah, man, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
What's up, buddy? Yeah, what's up?
Oh, nothing much, man. Yeah, I'm sorry for that video, but I knew.
Man, I can't do it anymore, man.
Well, what's
shit
funny?
triggers me to no end, man. I can't like.
But what's funny is I actually saw that video not too long after you started the stream. And I was like, oh yeah, let me look up, and I remember seeing that thumbnail, and then I didn't watch it. So that was actually my first time watching it as well. But no, it was pretty crazy, and the comments were crazy too in that video.
There's something about like subpar looking like, mid-ass looking like women who are extremely feminist that just like really irks me off. I'm like, like I don't know. It's like,
but you know why those women hate men the most, right? Like women who are like subpar, like the woman in the middle who I'm eating right now, but the woman who looked like Shrek.
Yeah.
Like her.
That was me. I'm sorry. That's my own fucking joke, but shit. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it's like, why do you think a woman like that hates men? And the reason a woman like that hates men as opposed to a woman who's like actually like objectively really attractive is because she gets the shitty treatment of Chad. The woman who's an 8, 9, or a 10 gets, they might get fucked over by Chad too, but on average, Chads tend to treat those women better on average than a woman like her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, that's just the reality of it. So yeah, it's like it's not even sour grapes, really. It's just a matter of like, oh well, every man who behaves the way this guy behaves. Like I said, when women judge all men by the men they fuck. So it's like, what do you do with that? Like you're being judged against a man who's like not even like in your same bracket, like type shit, right? Like.
I think that's probably the same reason why you see like the hardcore feminists tend to be like more middle-aged women. I don't think you see a lot of young, high-value, highly attractive women who are like what you would call traditionally hardcore feminists. Because I mean, they get the best. Those high-value women get the best treatment from guys, and it's for that same reason. I heard someone say this once. It's that same reason why you will never see true cohesion among women for that very reason.
Well, those women are still feminists, though.
Yeah, I that's why I say.
Yeah, I think every woman in this day and
hardcore.
age.
That's why I
Yeah,
said
go ahead.
hardcore feminists.
Yeah, I would say every woman in this world is effectively a feminist, and I don't know, depending on your view. And I wouldn't say they're all maybe not hardcore, but at least they all have feminist beliefs. You can't even deny that anymore at this point. You know, yeah, this isn't your great grandmother's life anymore or world anymore. So,
but I guess it's kind of like there's this, even when we say hardcore feminist, right? Like what does that even what does that mean? It's like, would that just mean that you hate men? Like, what are the tenets? I'm not saying that you're wrong.
Yeah, there's like first wave, second wave. I mean, there's a whole bunch of fucking. You can, if you look at, I haven't definitely read a lot of the feminist literature before my whole life, but in general, they're like the first, second wave, third wave, fourth wave, and it's like it just tends to get more absurd as you go down the waves, kind of a little bit. Like they're asking for like more things that like more than just like stuff like voting with one thing, and then you have like with like first wave, and then God, it's just like like I don't know, it's just a huge clusterfuck as you go down the wave. So like first wave they wanted the vote, and then like it gets, and then you get start stuff like patriarchy theory from some other theory. Right. So like depending on what these women believe, at some point you're not even talking to like a woman who's even like they have such like odd beliefs that like whoa, like you have like some women who are just like they're feminist by circumstance or by feminist, but just because they live in a feminist society, they're going to behave like a feminist would, right? Because like that's what, but they're not going to. It's kind of like a person who believes in God or like the Christian, right? Some of them don't even like really read the Bible; they just show up, and it's like you're born and you just happen to be Christian, and then you're Christian for your whole life, and type things. Yeah, go ahead.
I think the difference is that I think that a woman, because all those women, I mean, obviously we're dealing with like 3s, 4s, and 5s. So these are women who are just going to have to, they're probably going to be a lot more interested in women who are unattractive, and most women, young women, lean left already, but the unattractive women tend to be more politically feminism conscious as opposed to women who are objectively more attractive.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like just partially because they don't get treated as well. So, it's like this whole thing. But I think that when it comes to like, abortion, or when it comes to like, do we live in a patriarchy? I think that the only difference is that the more attractive women just don't think about these things as much as the Grinch looking or the Shrek looking or woman does. You know what I mean? Like I just don't think they don't think about it. But I think they still would believe in a lot of those things though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they benefit from the shittiness of the women, right? The ones who push for all this stuff. They benefit off of the best. So they might not believe it, but they still benefit off of it, and they whether they like it or not. And so some of them even enjoy. Oh, now that I can do all this stuff now, well, I have more autonomy and power, and therefore, I get to behave in a way I normally wouldn't be able to behave in, right? So,
you know what that's interesting. You guys have heard of Tom Likas, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
So, yeah.
He's still around. What's he doing? I don't know what he's doing anymore.
I don't think he's
dead.
On the manosphere, he said when Kevin Samuels died, he said, "Oh yeah, he stole all my talking points and all this other shit."
Wow.
Yeah, I heard Kevin Samuels stole a lot of material from folks. I don't know how much of it.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because, like, at some point, most of these people are not that creative, but it is possible to come to the same conclusion as somebody else. Like, it's not necessarily stealing. You can just like, oh yeah, I mean, it happens all the time on the stream. We'll be like, oh, I thought about that like last night, bro, or like a month ago, and it's like, yeah, like, you just come to the same conclusion now, and like now how you arrive at the conclusion, could be up in question, sure, like. If you heard it from somebody else, okay, that's a little bit different than like figuring out on your own. But either way, you know what I mean. Like you still know the information, so yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, Rollo Tomasi said everyone is a grifter. You believe that?
Everyone's a grifter, you said?
At the end.
No. I mean, he's kind of on some BS on that, only because like wheat waffles, like a wheat waffles versus like a face and LMS or even like a mystery school, right? It's like mystery school. I'm not sure if you even have your Cash App up, but you have it. You know, it's there if people want to donate. If you have it up there, right? But
Yeah.
wheat waffles is his whole shit right now. And I know you guys were talking about wheat waffles, so I'm not trying to bring him up, but it just, you know, for the sake of the example, it's a funnel that leads directly to his grift.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
I agree with that.
It literally, it's like, well, you know, in order for you, you know, to not have these problems and to, you know, to not date dishonorably, you gotta work on your looks, and you can do that by signing up for my fucking course that will turn you from a 4 to a 7. It's like, what, you know what I mean? Like, that's grifting, because even when you look at like what he's selling and like, yeah, like here's me when I'm a 5, and then here's me now at a 7, even though there's no discernible difference. This is cap. That's a grift.
Right. Sweet Waffle is a fucking piece of shit. He turned into grift long ago, but like I think he always kind of was setting up his business in that regard. So he started like with Base and LMS remake videos, and then he went from there.
But I think he had said, I want to say that Wheat Waffles had said, not to get too much into the Wheat Waffles thing, but I want to say that Wheat Waffles did make that clear early on that he had planned to do this. Like, he had planned to parlay, you know, into what he's doing right now. Like, he wanted to turn this into a business.
Yeah,
I think he had mentioned it early on. I think
that's totally fine. It's not about like tricking or what have you. I mean, he could have had that goal from the beginning. But like, for example, like I don't consider Coach Greg Adams a grift, because Coach Greg Adams, like, he does the streams. I've never been on a Coach Greg Adams podcast, and it's like, and he's setting up a problem, and then here's the solution to that problem. You know what I mean? Like, it's just here's, you know, I'm doing the family version of the show. If you want to hear the more in-depth version, then go on my Patreon. It's just a little bit different. It's a little bit more honest, as opposed to Wheat Waffles, where I feel like this is like there's a little bit, there's a shadiness to it.
But the two things about Coach Greg Adams I want to bring up. First point is, for me, I like some of his stuff, but for me, I can't help but think that, and it just seems like he's speaking to men who are able to get past square one. And it's like, so for so many of us, we can't even get past square one. Like, we can't even get the girl's phone number. We can't even get the conversation started. So I kind of think like
he talks about it, but he says that.
Well, apparently not. Well, maybe I need to. Maybe from the stuff I've seen, it seems like he doesn't talk about it too often. Maybe
yeah. So a lot of what he does, I mean, he does like the same show. Like to me, his show is just fucking entertaining. I mean, you know, it's like like the Straggling Sniggle Theater is fucking entertaining. Like, basically, a lot of his streams are news stories that basically kind of tell you the state of where things are, not just from a dating perspective, but also just from a global geopolitical social perspective, voting. Like, it's a myriad of things. And yes, the core of it might deals with, like, you know, intersexual dynamics, but he's just basically like reporting the news to you, essentially. Like, he's telling you like what the shit is, right? Like a news story where like a woman, you know, kills her child and throws her child in a dumpster or some shit, or a situation where a man gets married. And so I understand what you're saying, that like, yeah, it may seem like he's talking to men who are able to get past square one, but I don't even see it. I just see it as more so he's just laying out what is the state of affairs for that given day or week or whatever.
Okay, that's fair. And then the other issue I have with Greg Adams is he says, I mean, Greg Adams, he's like what, Gen X, and
he's like almost 50. Yeah,
I've heard him say he appeared on a stream with Pearly Things, and at the beginning of the stream he said Pearly Things was like, you know, she said, how did you get into red pill content? He said, well, I was married, and Greg Adams said, I was married, and then I got divorced, and then he said I had to re-enter the dating market, and then I found myself having to date younger women from the millennial generation and the Zoomer generation. Like, do you buy that? Do you really think Greg Adams is out here dating millennials, much less Zoomers?
I think now. I mean, the thing about it is, if he has money in his if he has money in his pocket, and you look decent enough, then you are able to. And he calls it what does he call it, mystery? He calls it the junior college. You would be able to do that, and I think that's the primary way in which he dates these young women.
Yeah, I would say that's how he does it as well. He admits it openly on stream. He has no problem saying it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, he has no problem admitting that he just pays for play, or
Yeah.
But he said dating. He said
dating.
No, he said
maybe. I mean, but okay. So here's what I'll say. Right, when did Coach Greg Adams get on the scene? 2016, maybe 2017.
I don't know. I mean, I suppose so. I'm not.
Yeah.
Sure.
So the dating market. So here's what I'm trying to say. The dating market was easier in 2016, 2015 than it is now.
But hold on. But this was when he said this. He said this on a stream with Pearly things. So we have to like track back like when.
Yeah, but the question was, how did he get into the sphere?
Well,
that's the question. I can hear you.
Okay.
So the question was, how did he get into the manosphere, right? Correct?
No. The question is he being honest when he says he's dating millennials and Zoomers?
No, I know, but okay. When Pearly asked, what was the question that Pearly asked him?
She said, her question was, how did you get into the red pill space? But
okay,
my question was
no. But
his answer. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if the question is, how did you get into the red pill space? You have to track when he got into the red pill space, which was, I believe, around 2016, 2017. Regardless, it was probably around that era, maybe even 2015, because he's been in there like kind of for a minute, right?
Okay.
But that's the time in which he got into the red pill space. Then he was probably dating women before that. So probably in 2014, maybe 2013 or what have you. So the dating market back then was overall easier. So to me, I can buy that him, especially if he's like in his mid 40s at that point, and he's a decent looking dude. I mean, he was a fucking personal trainer. I mean, also he was a personal trainer too. So even though he's a short, bald guy, he's still he's not a Tyrone by any means, but he's still in good shape. He maybe got a little money in his pocket, what have you. I can buy him on occasion dating average looking women who might be in their late 20s or 30s. I can buy that.
Yeah, but Zoomer women aren't they women under 30?
Yeah, but even still, but the Zoomer women, they don't have to be dimes. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But I guess my point I'm trying to make is that I can buy back then that he was dating women of that age bracket without having to do pay for play. Now, no.
Okay, fair enough. Okay,
that's all I was trying to say. Yeah,
that's fair enough.
Yeah,
okay, fair enough.
Summary guy says 2015 wasn't that much different than now. 2015 for people who, and tell me if I'm wrong, for people who was actually dating, 2015 was easier.
Yeah, I would say 2015 I think was still a tough time. Obviously it was easier.
It's always gonna be tough, yeah, but I'm saying it's easier than now.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's still relatively tough, but yeah, it was a bit easier. Yeah.
And Zoomer women were underage in 2016. I don't know. What year was Zoomer born? I have no clue.
Yeah.
See, because when Greg Adams made that statement, he said, "I'm dating millennials and Zoomers." I take it like that was recent. I didn't interpret it as like 2013, 14, 15 era, but it maybe.
Yeah, but he didn't recently get into the red pill. That's why I was asking you, like, what was the context of that question?
Yeah, see, I think, I guess for us, the context is a little, even now, is a little ambiguous, and we can't really pin down what time frame he claims to have been dating these women. So I get we can't really say. So I guess we can't really answer the question. But
you could if he says, how did you get into the red pill? If he got into the red pill around 2016. then you can kind of deduce that it was either around that time or before that time.
You could interpret it that way, but the way I interpreted it at the time was he meant like recently.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the interview, so I mean, but I guess my point is, I mean, look, I mean, because we were talking about the whole grifting aspect of it and how Rolo said everybody's a grift, and I can see where it's coming from. I can respect the hustle. Like, I just think it just depends on how you kind of do it, and I think that Wheat Waffles just kind of hijacked this black pill space a little bit. And I was going to ask, speaking of kind of grifty people, even though I don't really consider them that bad in that space, but have you guys talked about Fresh and Fit?
Oh yeah, I watched the video, but I didn't finish the video about them. What's going on with them? Did they get taken off YouTube or something? What's going on?
They got demonetized.
Oh wow, demonetized.
Okay, they were making a lot of money. Those guys were making a lot of money with those super chats.
Yeah, so they gotta go to what's that other Rumble or some shit?
Oh, Tumblr. Not
Rumble or something.
Odyssey. I don't know. I think a lot of these platforms are starting to pay now, but or they could do. I don't know. I don't know how many subscribers they had. They could spin off, but I'm doubtful. I don't know if they have a big enough pool for that shit though. And how much money they actually saved up either, but who gives a shit? I don't really care about Fresh and Fit, so
yeah, they were
just funny though. But what's the grift though? I mean, I guess the grift was just being a cathartic release for men. So
I don't even think it was. Yeah, I don't even think they were that bad. I didn't have that big of a problem with them. I think they made like dumb moves, but I don't know, man. They were young. They were young dudes, and they managed to both break out of their situations into a new one. So.
I will say this:
Fed and fraud. I love that one. It's good.
I will say this, man. Watching their program, man, I actually like the way they would just diss women and just treat them like kids. It's something about it I just love, man. They like put them in timeout and all that shit. I
actually have a clip from their show. I actually kind of wanted to watch. They had this a lawyer chick on there, and she was like really yeah, they were arguing back and forth with this lawyer chick about. She's another one of those people who like talks to a Destiny or some shit like that, I believe.
Yeah.
Watch it later, I guess.
Have you checked that? I put the link in the chat on the loneliness, but it's from a conservative male perspective. Matt Walsh talking about male loneliness.
No, I won't. How long ago was this?
This was like 3 days ago. I try to send stuff that is like that's not .
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I don't even watch half these fucking shows half the damn time. So.
Yeah, Matt Walsh is a pretty. He did the whole what is a woman?
Yeah, what is a woman thing? That was his big.
Yeah.
I think maybe I did watch part of this video. I can't remember. Hello, Matt.
Yeah, and
all right, Matt Walsh.
Matt and Base Billington. He did cry on camera, or at least he got up. So.
Let's take a look.
Walsh. Good old Matt Walsh.
Does he actually care? I heard Myron cried on camera. He did?
Yeah, no, yeah, it's he didn't cry, but he got up and he had to, I mean,
because they got demonetized, dude. This happens to the channel all the time, bro.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is that they were thriving, man. They had a solid 3.5 or so years on that platform, and kind of kicking ass, man, and having Andrew Tate on there and having all these guests, and so it's, I mean, come on. And I don't think it's necessarily the end for them. But they're not, the problem with them, with their show, and the reason why they will never be like legends is just because they just don't have that charisma. They're not like a Kevin Samuels. Well, I shouldn't even say Kevin Samuels, because Kevin Samuels just kind of ripped a lot from Tommy Sotomayor, so they just don't have that Tom Likas, that Patrice O'Neal. Like they don't personally have that in them, and a lot of their humor and jokes, and it's all very kind of juvenile, and it's not really elevated enough to really be like, oh wow, like this is something we're gonna remember, 10, 15 years from now, like we do Tom Leykis's shit. But it was good. It's like it was decent for what it was. They had their time in the sun.
I don't know. I think we're underestimating how like they were pretty big, and I think that there's some men out there who probably do think that they're they're gonna
That's
like
true. That's
take
true.
out for you got to remember that we're old, and at least I'm old anyway.
That's
I don't
true.
know about you
That's
guys, we're
true.
old now. Like
That's true.
what these young men actually think and believe and watch are completely different than the way we perceive it.
Mhm.
For what Myron's doing to these women on the stream, he's like, oh, this is great, like tearing these women apart who are, versus for us, it's like a little bit like juveniles. Like, who gives a fuck at this point, right? They're dumb. Like, but for them, they tune in every fucking week, and they love getting their 3 hours of watching women get blown the fuck out, right? So they love watching it.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. Like we got to remember, like we've aged out of like these like lower levels of like of these first job type things. I don't work at retail anymore. I don't know what goes on down there anymore type shit. Like there's a whole bunch of things that you age out of when you get older. Obviously, this happens naturally. So your hobbies change, what you believe change. Like so.
That's absolutely true. Yeah.
I mean, in my case, I still look relatively young, so I can kind of blend in sometimes with the young crowd. But I'm like, I don't normally try to hang out with young people anyway, right? I just kind of want to be with my own crowd. But so like even then, I don't even know what's going on other than what I hear from a few guys on stream. I don't hear a lot from young people, truth be told. Either way, let's watch the video. All right, Matt, give me a good video, my dude. Please make this video good. If it's bad, Jay, you're out of here. PPJ, you're out of here, dude.
Okay.
God save me, bro. That last video, man, got me like.
I don't even think this is that bad because you'll see. I mean,
here we go again. It's gonna be a disappointment after disappointment, isn't it?
Here's one corporate media outlet that is willing to acknowledge some of the struggles men face, but the prescription they offer is downright terrible. It would be hilarious if the issue wasn't so dire. This article that was just published comes from the Washington Post, and it's written by a woman, of course. And it's impressive in one sense.
There's something about Matt Walsh that just seems like, I don't even know. Like he just seems like, like I don't know, like can I trust the guy? Can I not trust the guy? But he seems like a pretty, I don't know. I just kind of like, I like the guy a lot, but he has like he definitely has like a boomer brain, conservative brain, pretty bad. I like some of his takes, but he has some pretty weird takes as well sometimes. So,
which is that it manages to reach exactly the wrong diagnosis.
Guess how old he is?
What's that?
Guess how old he is?
How old he is?
Yeah.
Late 30s, maybe.
Yeah, about late 30s. Yeah, he seems older to me. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think who's been trying to make this point for a long time? It was Lithium 19. He actually made the point that like the generation before, like you can split up Gen Y into like who was born after like basically if you were born around Gen X, then you kind of like you kind of have a leg up in the economy right now a little bit because like you were born in Xennial in other words, yeah. So like you're sort of like born in the 80s, versus if you're born in the 90s, it's completely different. So like you're born in the 80s, so you kind of like you had a few years in the 80s, and then like so like by the time you reach certain milestones, the economy was still relatively good, so you kind of avoided 2008 a little bit, and then but you're a little bit further ahead in life because you were born at the right time, effectively, right? So the weird cohort of that generation who actually kind of actually has pretty decent lives and have a decent amount of wealth.
Every single aspect of the problem. The article is called "Men's Groups Are Embracing an Alternative Conception of American Masculinity." Now, the whole thing reads like a parody, so if you're able to, you should check it out immediately. I can't recommend it highly enough. The Washington Post wants to give us the real story about why men are lonely and how best to combat that epidemic. And what's their suggestion? Well, just to summarize, basically, they say that dudes should lie around doing breathing exercises and smelling incense while some guy named Rua gropes them and whispers stuff like this, quote, "I invite you to maybe bring up an intention, how you want to live in this world, how you want to love in this world, how you want to be in this world." That's not an exaggeration.
This is fucking real. No way this is real, bro. Like at this point, they're just laughing at you, right? They're just laughing at you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just laughing at you. Like, I don't know. I don't. When it comes to the media, I don't take anything off the table anymore. Some of these people are just downright fucking evil, dude. You'd be surprised at stuff that people will fucking write in the media for a good fucking smear to make you just look bad. So yeah,
that's a direct quote from the article. The men's groups that are the article profiles are not. These aren't Bible studies or flag football leagues. You know, the kinds of men's groups that men would actually want to join. No, these are new age, touchy-feely group hugs where men learn how to get in touch with their feminine side. Later in the session, that is being documented there by the article, the men start screaming and sobbing and crying and letting their emotions, quote, flow freely as they are, quote, released into the darkness. Now, the article goes on to quote a bunch of experts who, quote unquote, experts, who all say the familiar things about how men are lonely and lost because of toxic masculinity that encourages us to be too stoic and too reserved and so forth. It laments the, quote,
yeah, why do they assume that like everything a man does? I guess maybe I don't know. This is such an odd thing. Like we keep saying that men behave in certain ways because of social constructionism. You know, like it's a social construct. Men behave in a certain way because of social construct, and like I get it. Social constructs exist, but like nature still exists as well. Like men might behave in those ways given the environment that they fucking live in, right? That we evolved in a way that just turns our brains into a certain way. Like why is that so wrong? Like it just seems like they don't. You know, I'm not all that emotional. I have emotions, but I'm not emotional. I think most men tend to be less emotional than women are, and it's like why is that such a bad thing? Like they literally view us as like being inferior women. It is weird. This is such an odd thing that we do to or do to men rather. Like we don't treat them as if they're men. We treat them as if they're inferior women, which is like, what is this? Like this is stupid. Just really odd.
Cowboy mentality that has allegedly contributed to the problem. Now, the masculinity expert who coined that phrase about the cowboy mentality is a woman named Niobe.
Oh, yes, a masculinity expert. That's a woman. Okay. This is going to be great. All right, here we go.
Way. And she, of course, quickly identifies the real victims in the story of male loneliness.
Oh, it's going to be women, isn't it? Oh, bro. Please don't do this to me, Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh, please don't trigger me, bro. Don't do it. Don't trigger me, bro. Don't tase me. Don't trigger me. Come on, bro. Please. Don't do it.
Can you guess who the real victims are?
Who's
most put upon by male loneliness?
Do it.
Well, Niobe says it's women.
Oh, fuck me.
Wow.
You don't have to be. You don't got to be psychic to see that one, dog. Oh, fuck me, dude. I'm like, come on, dog. Like, every time, dude. We can't just talk about men's issues, bro. It's gotta be men are dying, women most affected. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you retarded? You have to be. The world's not about you, but you think it is. God damn. Oh, there's less men for us to steal money from. It's like, okay, whatever. Good for those men somewhat. You know, fuck you. Tired of this shit, man. It's stupid.
Think of the women. Men are lonely. Women most impacted.
Oh, bro, he did the meme. My dude, he knows the meme. Matt Walsh, you are redeeming yourself in my eyes, Matt Walsh. My God, now what's your answer going to be for this, my dude? Is it gonna be flag football, as you said earlier?
I haven't even seen. I've seen the first third, but I haven't seen the most of this. So I don't know what's his solution. I don't know.
I want to hear it, dude. It's gonna be fucking some weird ass conservative shit, bro.
She says, quote, women end up being the therapists for their husbands and more are getting sick of.
No, I don't think you understand. Therapists for their husbands? No, bro. No. We're talking about men who don't even have that. Like, what do you mean husband, bro? This implies they're married, bro. Like, ain't even getting this, dude. Ain't no therapist for this dude. This dude fucked. The only therapist this dude's seen is Jack Daniels. Like, that's his therapist. Hey, sorry, bro. Like, sorry, but it's true, man. Either Jack Daniels or some fucking California Kush, like something like that. But yeah, man, that's a therapist. Ain't no fucking woman next to his ass. Like, you fucking crazy. Oh man. Oh, the women have like, imagine being so evil you won't even talk to your husband. Like, you know what I mean? Like, women have to end up being the therapist, what, talking to me? Like, you know how fucking retarded that is? Like, imagine being so evil you don't even want to talk to your husband. Like, I don't want you to do anything but make money, and that's about it. Make money and be a cock effectively, right? That's all she wants you to do.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that isn't as a spouse, isn't that kind of your job to be the therapist?
I mean, that's what you get. That comes with the job title, right?
Yeah, that's what comes with the territory.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
Yes, God forbid wives have to listen to their husbands and offer them solace and comfort. They're sick of it. That's masculinity expert Niobe. That's not a conflicting message at all, is it?
As if these women are getting married anyway, right? Like, like it's almost like I remember I coined a term, or I didn't coin a term, but somebody said like secondhand MGTOW, right? Or some of these women like secondhand like marriage build, like, oh, my mom had a bad marriage, I don't even know anymore. Or there's these just interactions with men, I don't even fucking know anymore. This is dumb. Oh, emotional labor. What the fuck do you even mean by that? Like, what, having to talk to me? Like, this is dumb, man. Like, this is like stupid shit. Emotional fucking labor. Just shut up. Like, that's all you have to do is shut up. Like,
what in the world?
Talk, speak when spoken to, bro.
On one hand, men need to open up more. But on the other hand, if they do open up, then they're putting an unfair burden on their wives who are being asked to do too much emotional labor.
Yeah, because they don't care, bro. You are the fucking utility. You provide her sex. Like, you are there to perform for her. That's what it means. You're there to perform for her. I don't know. If you don't perform, it's like a fucking job. If you don't perform, you get to kick. She just monkey branches to the next dude. Just business, bro. It's a fucking business. It's a racket. And you're the sucker.
Okay, then. By the way, women, just a quick note. If you feel like you're sick of hearing about your husband's troubles, just keep in mind that he hears about yours about 1,000 times more often. You know what company is looking out for you when they actually...
Is it Manscaped? Let me see. Is it Manscaped?
Upgrade your service and don't charge you for it. This is great news for new and...
It's always Manscaped every time they have an ad for a fucking man video. It's like, oh, here's some... Get your balls clipped, bro. It's like, okay, whatever, man. Like...
And current Pure Talk customers. Pure Talk just added data to every plan and includes a mobile hotspot with no price increase.
Let me skip past this. I want to give this dude... Here we go.
Be a strange orange color that made the air quality absolutely terrible. But have you stopped to think about the polluted air in your day-to-day life? You and your family.
Oh, was that the entire thing? I wasn't sure. This is the whole video about this.
No. It's just a long fucking ad.
Oh, this is a long ad. Oh my fucking god! No way. 2 ads, bro. Oh, he's look at the grift. Pure Talk and EnviroCleanse. My god, bro. Like, whenever it's a right wing channel, dude, it's always gonna be fucking NordVPN, some weird fucking vitamin shit you don't fucking need.
NordVPN,
or fucking gold. It's gonna be gold. Yeah, gold everywhere, bro.
Yeah, like that NordVPN.
NordVPN everywhere, bro. Or fucking Skillshare. Everyone has Skillshare now, dude. I can probably get fucking Skillshare, bro. Mr. Cool, bought you by Skillshare. Like, come on, man. I can easily get Skillshare, dude. Everyone, their grandma has Skillshare. All right, over this. All right, here we go.
Now, meanwhile, a consultant named Mark Green says this, quote, if a boy expresses too much emotion or too much need for connection, is too giddy, is too joyful, what we say to that boy is, what are you, a sissy? What are you, a girl? What are you, gay? It's your...
Does this happen? I don't know. Like, what do you mean by too giddy? What's too giddy for him? I don't know. I guess there is a certain level of like, yeah, a little bit too much like sugar in the tank, but it's somewhat true though. Like, if you everyone's got a gaydar at some point. You can kind of tell when some dude's kind of like, yeah, you're yeah, thumbs up. But I don't know what you guys think, but yeah. And this is just how this. I mean. It's somewhat of a matter. Like, it depends on who's doing it. If it's like the kid's parent, I'd be a little bit mean. But even the parents want their sons to be strong. That's the sad part about this. Like, even the parents want their sons to be strong. So like, you're getting molded into what a man is supposed to be from like day one. So, whether you like it or not. Yeah, because the reality is that if a man actually expresses behavior, especially if you're not like Chad, you're done. So,
job to dominate those around you, or you'll lose status, and that will increase the number of individuals above you who can dish out dominance to you.
See, like this is the thing. We men and women see the world in two different ways because like this is somewhat true. Like, you're constantly in competition as a man, whether you like it or not. This is why like men rarely, if ever, like when the world becomes so atomized, like we don't work together in a coherent unit because like we have less incentive to because there's no connection really. So so you everyone's kind of out for themselves a little bit, which makes some sense, but you're always kind of out for yourself. But at least there was a little bit more like group cohesion about like I might care about my neighbor as well at some point. But I don't think there's too much of that going on. But but yeah, but if you're a man, in my opinion, you should always have your head on a swivel at some point. It's what it is. Like it's a dangerous world. I think that proven that men are more likely to get mugged and killed in the street than women are, I believe. So.
What we'll find is that in that system, in that structure, men are constantly in competition with each other and constantly driven by this sense of anxiety.
I wouldn't say I have anxiety about it, but it's just like, this is this reality for men. Like if you want to get as much as we talk about women, if you want to achieve anything, this goes for both people. It goes for both sexes at the end of the day, but more so for men than women ever will for women. If you want to achieve anything in this world as a man, you have to do it. Like no one's gonna hand you shit. No one wants to hand you shit. And like this is extremely true in America. Like we destroyed the social safety nets for men. There are none really. And if a man fails, he ends up on the fucking street or in jail. If a woman fails, she ends up in Section 8 housing with with welfare and free stuff. Like there's no it's not even a fair comparison. So like you're constantly driven by you're constantly afraid of falling down in comparison to your friends or status and something like that because you're in a group of people who are you want to maintain your level of status. Like if you don't, then bad things happen to you as a man. It's just true. Like when you fail, it sucks. It hurts to fall down, right? Who wants to fall down the economic ladder fucking 2 or 3 levels, right? That's fucking horrible. I'm not saying how the world should be, but this is the way the world actually is, right? And people can say, well, we should change it, but I don't know what it even looks like. Like, how do you convince people not to act in self-interest unless you convince them that helping people would also benefit to you, but you're still working in self-interest, right? So it's better just to exploit that. It's actually a really I'm not gonna play the video here because it's a little bit too political, but you guys know who Vivek Ramaswamy is, or whatever that guy's name is, the Vivek guy. The Indian guy running. What's that? The Indian guy. He's running for the Republican ticket.
Yeah, he's got. I think he's got about 7% of the.
Yeah, I think some poll is showing him ahead of Ron DeSantis and some. I'm not sure how true that is, but
no.
He might.
Well, not the polls. I saw a CBS poll today. It has Ron DeSantis with 16% of Republican Party members supporting him. Republican.
Either way, this is another here nor there about the polling stuff. But at the end of the day, he's running for the Republican. He was on the a Breakfast Club, and this chick was trying to make a point saying that I think Vivek said he did certain things to get an advantage in life, and those things just happened to be good things. So and I know Vivek has no chance. I'm just talking about the guy in general. He was on the Breakfast Club, and he basically said he did certain things. I think he said he volunteered at a place for that helps women out after they give birth, right, or something like that. And he volunteered there, but he said he mostly did it to get into college, right? He said he didn't do it for the love of the thing. He did it to get into college. And the woman was saying, so you didn't do it to help people. And then he's like, well, I mean, not really. But she's like, well, then you're all about you. And it's like, well, what's really wrong with that idea? Keep in mind, he still helped people. So does it matter if you have a self-interest in helping people out? It's like this person believes that altruism exists. I don't believe it exists at all. But she thinks that you should be helping people just because it's good to help people, but it's I don't know, people don't operate that way.
Yeah, I was listening to some Obsidian, the Manosphere content creator, and he was talking about I think you guys have heard of Alan Roger Curry before, the red pill guy, and Obsidian was like, man, because Alan Roger Curry used to work for the University of Indiana. doing something for the community or doing something for youth. some I don't know, some shit like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
And Obsidian was making the point in his stream called The Social Contract, which I've talked about on the stream before. He said Alan Roger Curry was not helping the youth out of altruism. Like, he was helping them out because there's a paycheck involved. And
yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. People are in this weird thing of like, oh, you like when you're in the government position, you're there to serve. It's like, no, he's there to maintain the country so he looks fucking good for next election. He's not there for. If you think there's anything more than just his own self-interest there, you're fucking out of your mind. Like, he might feel this like greater good, but the greater good still includes his ass as well. He wants the country to be better because he wants to have a good legacy to leave behind, right? Like, that's what he dreams of, obviously, because he became president. So,
speaking of that presidential race, I actually donated.
Oh, did you?
I donated $20 actually about an hour ago. I donated to Trump's campaign because I've been seeing these indictments going against Trump, and really that stuff is really just only helping him.
Yeah, it really is, but it's I don't want to get too off the video here, but like it really is. It's only because I don't know. I mean, like, you can indict a ham sandwich in America, so like it doesn't indictments. I guess it just seems weird. Like, I don't know. Like, it seems like you're just like spamming them now at this point. But I'm not quite sure, like, is this stuff going to stick, or is it just going to be like another, like, oh, well, this case doesn't have any real chance to stand here, so we're just going to, avoid it. But
Trump's going to get the nomination. I'm pretty confident about that. So
yeah, assuming he's.
I don't want to stay on the politics too much, but on the subway system in New York, somebody was blasting, Tom McDonald.
No.
I feel like I remember the name Tom McDonald.
He's kind of like that. Well, he's just a really big political singer for the right wing, let's say.
Okay.
And somebody was blasting out on the fucking train in New York. Like, it's getting to the point where a lot of people are repping Trump and shit and like all this right wing stuff. So.
Well, like, it's kind of weird because like when you look at the party structure now, like, if you look at who votes for who, it's like, because men and women are more or less like, I think read articles that said that men are kind of leaning more right wing and women are leaning more left wing, but and then as when women get married, they tend to lean more right wing, but because there's less women getting married, there's a lot more left wing women out there right now, so they maintain their a liberalism for longer, for sure, or maybe for indefinitely. So like, when you look at like the Democratic Party's coalition, it's really like the coastal elites. It's the LGBT stuff like that, and then they have the African Americans almost on lock, and then
almost.
Yeah, I mean, basically, dude, it really, I didn't even say almost. It really is basically the entire damn thing. It's not even almost. They have the entire vote, and then they sort of had this weird hodgepodge of other like smaller groups that kind of vote with them as well, and then for Republicans, this seems they have like a much they have this weird coalition that just wins, keeps them in the game. So
who has the weird coalition? Republicans?
They both kind of do, but the Democrats definitely.
Yeah, the Democrats. Yeah,
it's a weird coalition of like, and then like if you look at like what this group pushes for and what the party pushes for, obviously if you look at parties, like, it's not. Sometimes they do it in their own for their own gain, obviously, but a lot of times, sometimes they're just following what their constituents want. And if you actually look at like what the policies they're passing, it's like, well, this is what they actually want. Like, this is the type of policy they actually want to see enacted. So, I look at who their party is. Like, this is what they want. So,
yeah.
Now, obviously, you keep voting for them, right? So, it's only. I mean, you're giving them the affirmation that what I'm doing up here is right. So, you put them in office. I mean, the whole a lesser of two evil things. Like, okay, it still stands that you thought that vote was the lesser of two evils, right? So,
and the fact that you have men and women,
because two opposite sides of the aisle.
Yeah, you brought up the fact that because I saw something similar. I saw a similar a point on that the fact that young men. Those who are like, when they come out of, I think, what was it? What age group did they say? Men coming out of college?
I think men coming out of high school, they're trending more Republican or conservative rather, not Republican per se, but conservative. So
and women coming out of high school are leaning more liberal or whatever.
Yeah, women are trending more liberal.
So it's like when you look at that, it's like, oh, great, just one more thing to divide men and women and to prevent men and women from seeing eye to eye on things and coming together and starting families. Just one more thing to,
Yeah. Yeah, Dems do pretty much have the young vote because young people tend to be more liberal. So.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys saw the stream, but I think even Tim Pool kind of referenced that study, and then but he said something about like women wanting to like be with these guys, so then their views are going to be pushed more towards the right, and I think it's pretty much the opposite. But yeah, I think Tim Pool is kind of like misinformed when it comes to these issues.
Yeah.
Now let's finish this video up.
So that's the real problem. Too much competition, too much stoicism, too much men are too combative and aggressive, and we got to calm all that down. Well, the problem with this theory is obvious, or it should be. Okay. If a cowboy mentality and too much macho stoicism is what is driving the epidemic of lost and lonely men, then why is the problem getting worse over time?
Yeah, it makes a good point here. This is what I always hear, right? It's always one of those things where it's like, okay, so we're here to fix your problem, and then we put you in power, and then you implement your policy, and then it doesn't make things better, and then you still blame the other side. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, either you've been in power for how many years, and the problem's gotten worse and worse under your watch. Yeah, there's something going on here. Like you don't know what you're doing. But that's the implication. But a lot of people, but it could be that you're benefiting enough people that it actually doesn't, cause you to lose any power or something like that. But who knows? But I think this problem's gotten way worse over time, and for most people, but most men anyway. So you can just tell.
Everyone agrees it's worse now than ever before. I just went through some of the many statistics that prove that. This is a major problem. Yes, men are in bad shape. But if that's all getting worse, then how can we blame traditional notions of masculinity? There's no doubt that it's far less common for boys to be called sissies these days or labeled gay as a pejorative. I can't remember the last time I saw a boy being
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not in the I'm not down there. So I don't know what's going on. I haven't been in those grades in a long time, dude. It's hard to say. I definitely know it's definitely more of a social faux pas to do it as an adult, use those pejoratives, but
lambasted as a sissy because he's being emotional. That almost never happens anymore. Used to be very common. And again, it certainly was more common, back in the day, 50 years ago, or at any other time in human history. Indeed, historically, the push for a man to be strong and dominant and unemotional was much more pronounced than it is today. In fact, historically, if a man didn't exhibit those traits, then he would die and his whole family would die. It's only in recent times that it's even been a feasible option for men to be feminine and soft and in touch with their feelings. And it's also in recent times that men have lost all sense of themselves and their purpose and place in the world. Speaking of the cowboy mentality, why didn't actual cowboys have these problems? If a cowboy mentality leads to despair and suicide, then we should find a whole hell of a lot of it when we look back at the latter half of the 19th century, which was the era of the cowboy. But that's not what we find. The Post's overall thesis can probably be best summarized in this sentence from the article, quote, American men's isolation stems in large part from a pervasive cultural belief, experts say, that men should be self-reliant and hide their emotions, especially from other men. The absurdity of the premise could not be any more clear. Would anyone argue that the cultural belief that men should be self-reliant and hide their emotions is more pervasive today than it was half a century ago? Of course not. So again, if that's the cause of the problem, Why is the problem worse today? The trends are clearly going the other way. The correlation works entirely in the other direction. As society loses traditional notions of masculinity, suicides increase. This is undeniable. It's not debatable. You could try to explain that correlation away all you want, but if you deny it or pretend it doesn't exist, you lose all credibility in this discussion. Now, these experts are correct that men need fellowship.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, it's my first time watching the video. I think he's correct. I think this is relatively simple. I mean, he's looking at it logically. I mean, and logically, if these are the things that they're saying cause the issue, but we're having less of it than we did before.
Yeah.
Then it's just it's a very simple but
effective argument rather.
Do you think it's deceptive?
No, it's a effective argument.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I mean, so I don't know how long this video is going to be, but I definitely want to see what I definitely want to see what his prescription is, because it's like anybody can identify the problem, and he did a good job of it. But what is going to be his solution to it? That
I think one of the things I think about is that, does this problem even have a solution? Like, do people, is it a solution? And when I say have a solution, obviously there's things you could do, but is it like feasible within the confines of the society that we currently live in? Like, are we just going to be like the lost generation, and then people will look back on this period and say, oh yeah, these guys fucked up bad, and this is what they fucked up on. Like, kind of like the way we look back on the past and say, these guys did this, and this is what caused their downfall, right?
Yeah, no. If you're saying within the confines, then the answer would be absolutely not. There is no solution. That isn't. So
there's certainly individual solutions, but on a systemic level, I don't. Yeah, I mean, it seems. Yeah, I don't see society, this as much as we all LARP and say, oh, the 1950s or traditionalist America. But do you even really want that back? I don't even do you want something new? But what does something new even look like, right? Like, what does it look like? I don't know. Yeah, I think we've been stuck in this weird dichotomy between like traditionalism and kind of like this new sexuality shit, we're gonna call it, and maybe we need to think outside the box of something new, but I feel like we're not there yet, so who knows. Yeah, I'm not even smart enough to even think of something like that, but a system like that, but yeah.
And men are missing it these days.
I guess to continue, because I guess one of the biggest problems is, like, ultimately, do you really want to use like government to do this? Like, it would have to come from the people themselves. Like, they'd have to like want the change to happen. Yeah, if that makes any sense. It wouldn't just come. You can like legislate only so much. If the people want to actually adopt your policy, you effectively haven't passed a law.
Yeah, but also you have to. I mean, but we're not even at the first step, which is recognizing the problem as a collective. I mean,
most men are still not even. They don't even recognize the problem either. So a lot of men don't.
It's like by time you recognize you got cancer, you're already on fucking stage. You're already on stage 4. It's already. You know what I mean? It's like, but we're not even, and we're there, and we still don't recognize what the fuck the problem is.
Yeah.
And that is part of the problem, definitely. But they even miss the point on that end too. Even when they're right, they end up being wrong because they encourage men to fellowship in the way that women fellowship. They tell men to sit around and talk about their feelings, do some yoga, listen to soft music, hold each other and cry. That's not the kind of fellowship men need or want. Okay, we can't expect corporate media's masculinity experts to understand this because their masculinity experts are all effeminate. But any normal man can attest that men tend to bond while engaging in a shared activity. And I don't mean...
Yeah, I didn't even like... I've always kind of had friends in general, but like I made some new friends over just by bowling, really. I've been bowling like for a better part of a year now, and I made a lot of friends, and just being on a league with other men and talking to them and having fun and playing a sport, really. It's a game or a sport, however you consider it, but like just being in that group is like, it's so therapeutic for me somewhat, like just to be around and talk to people and stuff like that. So yeah, it's really been healthy for me.
And also
honestly.
engaging in a competition. I mean, you know.
Men are competitive. We want to be the best, and like, you know, and it's healthy. You know, we're not like yelling and, you know, doing crazy shit, but it's healthy competition, right? Men love that shit, and it's like they forget that. You know, they think that. Yeah, go ahead. So.
No. Yeah, I was agreeing with you.
Yeah. You know, that's just something I individually did, but you know, I don't know. Like, I don't know what men, or I've been hearing a lot more that Gen Z just has a lot of like has a lot of developmental issues when it comes to like social skills, and I'm not quite sure how to fix that problem. Like, I guess unless you just like introduce them to major. I don't know. I feel like maybe I don't know what. Once again, like that has to come from the people themselves. How much can you legislate that people make friends? Like, yeah, that sounds absurd. So,
yoga.
But I mean, society won't even like recognize the problem, as BPJ said earlier. They won't even like recognize it as an issue. So, bring back third spaces. Yeah, I would. Yeah, that's another thing as well. There used to be these like, you know, social spaces you could go to, and I think they still kind of exist, but you kind of have to just pick up a hobby. But like a lot of hobbies, like it's gonna be a mixed group, but you can still talk to people there, I guess. But that's something I've always kind of like advocated for on my entire stream, which is like I've always just said, like, just find something to do and do something, because like it's a long ride. Like, if you're not gonna self end, you know, I don't advocate for the rope, but if you're not gonna self end, find something to do. You know, do something. If someone listens to music, oh shit.
Yeah, no, that was my bad.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, like one that doesn't require a lot of talking, like sitting and watching the game, or fishing, or golfing, playing pickup basketball, and so on. I went out fishing with my brother-in-law a few weeks ago, and when we came back, my wife asked me what we talked about, and I said, I don't know, nothing really. You didn't talk about anything?
I said, I don't understand, bro. I mean, like, yeah, we're just there having fun, bro. Like, we're just shooting the shit. Like, there's no like in-depth fucking drama conversation going on normally. Like, you might talk about a few things, but yeah, like, keep it brief and just have fun. I don't fucking know, man.
You didn't talk about it. Well, we talked about fishing. You went fishing and you just talked about fishing? What's going on in his life? What's going on? What did you talk about? We didn't talk about much. She was shocked and confused because women don't operate that way. But men and women are not the same. And you cannot hope to help men or offer them any roadmap out of despair if you don't start by acknowledging that basic fact. Now, when it comes to true male fellowship, the problem is that society has closed off many of the opportunities for that kind of fellowship. There are no men's lodges anymore. There are very few bowling leagues and that sort of thing. Most men's spaces have either been shut down or feminized. It's been decided that men should socialize like women and with women, or not at all.
Yeah, it's like I've been saying for a long time. They treat us like defective women or defective girls. They don't treat us like what we are. Like, fuck. This is why I wanted to keep this place a male space, because like, why the fuck do we need a woman here for what? What's the point?
Yeah, women barge into every male space and say, I want to be a part of this too. Include me. And then the men just end up walking away from it. They say it's pointless now that you're here, frankly. It's like the men's lodge exists because to be a place where you aren't, so that we don't have that. We don't want that here. Well, that hurts my feelings. I want to be included in everything. And then those same women turn around and say, well, why aren't men fellowshipping at all? Well, maybe because you won't butt out. Maybe because you won't allow it. Maybe because you want to make everything about you. This is the message across the board. Society beckons to men and tells them that their salvation is to be women. And then we wonder why so many men are killing themselves. We live ultimately, for all the talk of patriarchy, we do not live in a patriarchy. Ultimately, we live in a matriarchal society with institutions either run by women or by effeminate men who, in their arrogance, simply cannot accept the fact that men are different from women and have different needs and desires. So this is the real.
God damn. Yeah. It's basically the a nanny state on steroids, you know.
Yeah, I mean, this video does not, at least it didn't disappoint me in regards to his analysis of it. I can't really.
Yeah, I don't think he has any prescription. I think he's just describing what's going on, which I guess is better than nothing, I suppose. But
problem. It's not that men are too focused on masculinity. It's that masculinity has been neutered, castrated, driven out of society, leaving men feeling lost and without purpose. Our notions of masculinity aren't too traditional. On the contrary, they aren't nearly traditional enough. The solution isn't that we sit around and talk about our feelings. It's that we do a whole lot less of that sort of thing and get back to being men again. And if we can be men in a society that embraces and values our masculinity, suddenly this tide of male loneliness and despair will start to ebb.
But my only issue is that he's not, all right, he's not wrong. But he's still not addressing the actual loneliness issue, which is men are feeling lonely because they are unable to form connections and relationships with women. He didn't address that aspect of it.
Yeah, but I would even say the loneliness goes deeper. Like, it's one thing to be alone without a woman. It's a whole other thing to be completely fucking alone. Like, you know, having like any like friends. Like, I'm hearing more and more now where it's like you have like so many men don't even have friends. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how the fuck that happen, bro? Like, you don't have anybody you can hang out with. Like, nobody you can just go out every once in a while and go eat some food with or something like that and hang out and just shoot shit. That's weird, man.
Yeah, no, I understand, but the problem is that one thing tends they're both kind of connected. So I was at an event yesterday, and me being in my early 30s or what have you, it's some of the people are like in their mid 30s and so on, and there's a couple that are married and a couple. This was like a bigger like a bigger kind of social event, like art event, and most of the people my age were already coupled up. You know what I mean? Like, they're already either married or in a relationship. So unfortunately, like, if you're a man who, it's like having a woman kind of solidifies you socially, and it makes you better able to form connections with other people in general. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Maybe we've had this, I think you guys have had this discussion before, but it's just a little bit harder for a single man to get into a little bit more of a solidified social circle or grander social circle if he's single versus especially around like a certain age.
Oh yeah, you're threatening.
Yeah,
I mean you're threatening as an adult man. I think. Yeah, you're threatening. Yep.
Ice Cactus said rare Matt Walsh W. That's funny.
Yeah, he didn't say any inherently like boomer-esque shit too much. It wasn't that bad, so. Which is why I said there are no solutions, because foids are gods to men in this state. The men can't resist foids and will instantly backstab each other for the slightest chance of getting boxed. Yeah, a little bit of truth there. A lot of truth there, actually. It's not even a little bit. It's a lot. The box is just too. Yeah, we just go crazy over it, man.
I haven't seen I know that it happens. I haven't seen too much of that personally. I guess. I mean, I think for me,
you can just feel the vibe in the room change the moment when women enter the room. This is weird. Unless the dude everybody's already kind of like got a girl. Like the woman, men are single in a room and woman enters the room and like the vibe just changes in the room.
Okay, yeah. I mean, no. I mean, I'll take your word for it. I mean, I do think there's like certain dynamics, because I know that me being a single man, when I was around my friends or what have you, and these are like couples, I don't talk to the girl as much as if I know both her and the boyfriend. I don't really, because I try to be relatively funny or what have you and outgoing, but when it comes to a girl who's in a relationship and her boyfriend is right there, I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna turn up the charm or what have you. I'm gonna kind of like really subdue it, because I'm not going to try to give off the impression I'm trying to flirt.
Yeah. I would say, like, if you know the chick's in a relationship, you're probably going to be a little bit more respectful to the dude, because you don't want to be that guy. Like, you want to be the guy who's trying to fucking hit up with another dude's chick. Like, if it's one of your friends, right? But I was talking about when men are single, and then like there's like a single woman enters the room. All of a sudden, it's like everybody's like in this weird fucking like mode, or even if the chick's not single, everyone's in this weird fucking mode. Like you can hear it on plenty of stories from like people playing a World of Warcraft, and the woman enters the server or enters the clan, and everyone goes fucking crazy. It's like it's fucking insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. I went out for lunch today, and just it's crazy. I walk into the restaurant by myself, and you just see people together. You see couples and you see families, and you just can't help but feel like you're like the only single person. It's crazy. It's like, man, you're like, man, I'm like the only single guy in society. That's how you feel.
Yeah, but you're not.
Yeah, you're not, but it feels like it.
Yeah, no, it feels like it. Absolutely. Yeah, and you know go ahead.
I know I said this, made this point before. I remember, so I'm repeating this, but I remember Steve Hoka said when you go outside and you see all the couples and the families and all that stuff, like you think everyone is out here winning with having a relationship, but that they are winning by having a relationship, but that's not necessarily true. There are plenty of losers in the game. They don't come out.
Absolutely. They do. Well, but here's the other thing. But here's what's on the other side of that, right? Is that most men in relationships are not winning. See, because a lot of men, especially in these spaces, like it's kind of like we don't get to see what's on the other side of it, right? Because you're kind of stuck in this mode, but on the other side of that relationship fence is a whole new ball game, which in a lot of cases is arguably in I don't want to say a worse situation, because you might have access to sex on occasion, but and I was going to ask you, Mystery, and again, I'm not to bring up Wee Waffles a third time, but Wee Waffles actually did a most recent video talking about
Pay Pig, right?
Yes. Did you see that one?
I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit better than the one that you just saw earlier, but what I'm saying is that like you have a lot of men who are in relationships where they are the pay pig. It's like they are being disrespected on like regularly. Men who have sacrificed their ambitions, sacrificed their career ambitions and things of this nature, sacrificed their dignity, sacrificed their privacy, sacrificed their space, sacrificed their time, sacrificed their efforts. For a woman who, and a lot of times doesn't give a shit about them, a woman who's probably cheated on them a couple times, whether they know it or not. So it's like, okay, there's this one layer of hell, which is incel-dom, or at the very least something being close to incel-dom, because I don't consider myself a quote unquote incel, but it is like a middle ground where it's very hard to get into a relationship. And even when you do find yourself able to possibly get into one, it's with a woman that you should not get into one with, right? But on the other side of that whole thing is a different type of hell, I guess. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh my god, let's see what people have to say over here in the comment section. Anything good over here?
Yeah, I was in the comment section too. Did you say you wanted to like play some Fresh and Fit video or something?
Yeah, the Fresh and Fit video with this lawyer chick in there.
Yeah.
Then I have the shoe on head video we can watch maybe later on, but
the shoe on head video, and
yeah,
responded to it too.
Yeah, I watched the video all the way through. I thought it was like it's just the most milquetoast opinion of all time. I'm gonna pull it out, so I'm gonna watch the video first. Give me like
his or hers. His or hers opinion.
What do you
Joker's
mean?
opinion was Joker's opinion milquetoast or shoe on heads?
Oh, I'm watching the actual video itself, not Joker's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Broke it down. I haven't seen. I don't even know what this video is.
This is the video with Shoe on Head. She made a video about it, and then this is their reaction to Shoe on Head came onto a show and talked about it. So
Oh, I
Kind of
haven't
funny.
seen
This,
this.
this is the chick that that Kyle Kalinske married, and the dude, the secular talk guy, and she thinks she already had like 2 kids or some shit, or a kid or something like that. I'm like, my God, bro.
Yeah,
But
man.
there you go.
I've not seen this.
Show YouTuber Shuan had recently put out a long video about the epidemic of male loneliness that we thought was really interesting. So we invited her on Breaking Points to discuss it with us. Shu, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. So we pulled a little bit.
Isn't it funny that you could just find her titties on?
Yeah, it's
Reddit?
kind of funny. Yeah.
it's like because I remember back when she was on the whole nights with like her ex-boyfriend or some shit. Remember she was on another she was in a relationship, and her boyfriend would do videos and do movie reviews back.
Oh yeah. That was her and Armored Skeptic or some shit.
Armored Skeptic, yeah. So it's just so, and I didn't even know that she just leaked her nudes. I don't know. It's like, it's just strange.
Yeah.
What would you rate her?
I heard she's bald. This is like a wig.
She's bald.
That's what I've always heard. This is actually a wig. And that's actually bald. I think she even admitted to it or something like that. But
okay, let's just say she's
not bad. She's not bad facially. She looks like a kind of have that like But I probably would rate her like I don't know, probably a 7.
Okay, I'd give her about like a 6.5. But I will say, it's like the funny thing is about girls like this.
But you can tell she's caked on the makeup though. It's so obvious. Like her face is like literally just like.
Yeah. Ice Cactus is gonna go do some research. I'm going on mute.
Topic, and we love to get your thoughts on the other side. But first, let's take a listen to a bit of the beginning of the video.
I regret to inform you the men are not okay. That's right, folks. The men are not okay. The men have no friends, no girlfriend, no college education, no money, are breaking their legs and inserting metal rods into their bones to be a few inches taller, and listening to AI Batman help them overcome their pornography addictions.
You deserve real love.
Turns out the society that was built by and allegedly for men has indeed let them down. Now you might be thinking, oh look, another boo-hoo poor men video by Shoe on Head. Yes.
June, what inspired this video?
So I've been talking about subjects like this since about like 2014 and like men issues and stuff like that. And I would criticize things like pop feminism. I don't know if you remember back in the day, like 2015, 2016, there was a big wave of like anti-man sort of quirky Tumblr type of feminism back in the day. And so that was my whole like bread and butter. I would just talk about issues like that. And I would get like crapped on for that and everything, called a men's rights activist and a pick me and everything. And then rewind now about 9 years later, 10 years later even, a lot of the left like the online left is starting to talk about these subjects, which is great. It's really refreshing to see that. But it's kind of only in a reaction to the rise of people like Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate.
Yeah, it's so funny how like these people complain. They complain that, oh, these people are running towards the people who are appealing to these men. Like, well, yeah, they're actually giving them an appealing message, and you haven't given them a counter narrative that actually suits their like. If this is all about voting and voting and trying to influence people to vote to make them vote for you or vote for your policies, well, what do you expect? Like, if one side is at least giving you lip service and the other side is giving you nothing at all, or giving you nothing but hatred, why the fuck wouldn't you? Yeah, like, come on, this is obvious shit.
And I feel like there was this void for a long time of people not really caring about men and like how they're feeling and what they're going through and how alienation specifically affects them and how society, technology, things like that, what they're doing to men and their issues. And so I kind of feel like I needed to be like, hey, like in a nice way, look, guys, I told you so. Like, we should have been talking about these issues for a really long time. But it's nice to see that we're all on the same page now.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I feel like that it's a good thing that we're talking about this now, but it's almost like, oh, it's a little too late.
I feel the same way. Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it here for literally for years. Also, over on Rising, one of the most poignant elements actually was a lot of the comments that were left on the video. Some of which we have. Let's go ahead and put some of these up there on the screen. They say, quote, "When you ask yourself, why am I not putting an end to my suffering? And only argument is it would make my mother sad. It doesn't feel good, bros." Let's go to the next one here. It says, "I love how often they're saying, oh, you can't get laid, boo-hoo, when we talk about men being lonely, is that all we care about is sex, when most of us just want somebody to hold us at night and to feel seen." We have another one that we can put up there. "Sex is nice. It's easy to think it's going to fix everything if you just get laid, but really it's not. Men need intimacy in more forms than just fucking." Let's go to the next one. "As a guy, all I want is for someone to care about me besides my mom and dad." Some of these are just absolutely brutal. There's a lot of longer, real stories that were left in some of your comments. We've seen
and for some of these guys, their mom barely cares about them.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, for some of these, for some.
Here to videos that we've done about the plights of men and all that. And yet, as you said, it's only now becoming in vogue to talk about it as a reaction, not to even try and acknowledge the problem on its face. So, I mean, what did you make of the reaction? Was it what you expected? And what do you think are some of the better ways that people can talk about it?
So I was actually so surprised at my comment section. It was probably the most depressing comment section I've ever seen. All these men talking about how lonely they feel, how alienated they feel, how social media has made it worse, things like that. And I thought the video would be a very, like, you know, taken well video. Everyone would be like, oh, that's so true. But there was a lot of backlash. I think the best way that we can go about talking about this is just in a way that kind of just talks about the issue, not just like, oh, you know, don't go to Andrew Tate, don't go to the right, come to us, we need you, you know, like that sort of thing. Right. That's not really how you tackle this. You talk about the actual things that are affecting them. Because if you're like, oh, we only care about men because, you know, we want you on our side, that's not a good way to go about it. It's kind of transparent. And if you're sort of an apolitical sort of guy just dealing with these subjects, you're not really going to listen to someone like that. But if you actually care and talk about the subject, I feel like it will be a lot more effective of helping men in general. And they would be less inclined to go to people like Andrew Tate. So I think the best way to talk about subjects like this would be like,
I don't think these people can like truly help themselves, truth be told. I think that they actually enjoy being in the position of power, and because the reality is that to some extent, in order to fix some men's issues, you're gonna have to take from another group, and that would be women normally. You know, if you took from men to give to women, you're gonna have to take from women to give to men.
Right.
And like no one wants to hear that. You know, no one wants to hear that narrative, but it's true. You go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say like you took away men's you know their entire the advantages. You could call them advantages. Just call it what it is. You know, a lot. You know, it was just a lot of men only had those privileges or those rights only because they gave up their you know, they had to enlist, and had to sign up for the draft rather. So like we're always on the chopping block, and whereas women aren't. So there's so many things that like men have had to give up to get the same benefits that women have, and it's just unfair. You know, so many other things.
Yeah, Larry Cookman said in the chat, I think she genuinely cares about Chad's downfall. I mean, men's. I mean, like I think that they're just kind of scratching the surface by at least addressing it. And Joker basically broke down that they couldn't have a men come up on these news reports and talk about it. You know, like it always has to be a woman. So
that's a fact. Yeah, you can't actually bring a man on. It's so weird. Like everything has to be. It has to be a woman, a messenger for anybody to give a fuck. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
See, Ice Cactus, the right may not have a solution, but like they're at least acknowledging the problem. The left doesn't even acknowledge it. They barely acknowledge the problem. And when they do acknowledge the problem, it's couched in this weird like, oh well, that's problematic. The men are going to the right. Like, well, what do you expect them to do? They at least acknowledge them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay, between the two, who cares about men more between the two? Because obviously the right and the left, they're both kind of like they both view men as expendable. Like they both don't view men in the
Yeah, I was
best,
about to say that. It's true.
obviously. But the right at least can acknowledge that we need men to run a society. But the right is not strong enough to actually do what it is that is necessary to make the change. The left just doesn't like men. The ladies are only gonna fuck Chad. Men are superfluous. The Barbie movie, like that's what the left is. So the right does. So lithium is who said that? Ice Cactus is right. The right doesn't have a good solution either. But like you said, they at least are able to acknowledge it. So they're actually closer to forming a solution than the left will ever be.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. If you won't even acknowledge the problem's real, you're not even like in the ballpark. So
the alienation, how it affects men in general, how they're dropping out of college, things like that, which affects the pay that they get. And to men, especially men, I know like making money is a really big deal for everybody, but the way that men, like a lot of men find women, how men like get a relationship is making more money than a woman.
Yeah.
And today, a lot of women have great jobs, which is great, and careers and everything like that, but sometimes they're making more money.
Well, the reality of like the job market is that women effectively stole men's jobs. If you think about it, like every job that a woman has is a job that a man could have. Like when we opened up the floodgates and let unabated immigration on top of letting women work, you basically like cut the labor market. You double the labor market overnight. So like now employers have access to like double the amount of accountants and double the amount of not programmers per se, but double the amount of almost everything, right? So depending on what we're talking about. So obviously they went in the different fields, but yeah. But yeah, simply, I think Ice Cactus is right. Women making money is more important than women. It's true. Yeah. Role reverse relationships don't work on a societal level. It's true. Yeah. I think women, they become extremely resentful about those relationships
Than most men. And so there's this like weird.
And on top of that, this is a problem with women as well. With the women, they just flat out, when they're making a lot of money, they won't. A lot of them, I've heard some people challenge this and say that women are starting to date down. The hypergamy is not nearly as bad as people say it is, but I'm like, I don't know. Like, if they're dating down, they're still dating like a decent looking dude. So still hypergamy. They're just dating in a different way. People, especially people like Fresh and Fit or whatever, Myron Gaines, they focus on the money thing too much. Like a high value man with a bunch of money, he doesn't get a date that way. But it's like, yeah, but Chad gets to do that without having the money, right? So it's a much better position to be in when you naturally have it versus when you have to like acquire it some other way.
Yeah, no, Chad gets it. The morning. So when Fresh wakes up in the morning, he DMs a bunch of women to come to get picked up in his Ferrari so that they can go to a nice place or a nice drink, a nice spot, that he probably knows the owner or some shit. And he's gonna show her a night out, and maybe he gets to fuck that night or whatever. When she DMs her, right, and she wakes up in the morning at like 8 a.m., Chad is already getting his dick sucked while she gets a ping on the DM. So the money is really only, you're basically just paying a high price for the Chad's leftovers of the morning. So it's anyways.
Yeah. What's up, Alaskan Separatists?
What's up, boyos? I'm back from the dead.
I know, man. Welcome back, dude.
Wage slaving, breaking my back, bro.
Feels good, man, right?
Bro, it really does, right?
Yeah.
It makes me more resentful of women because my bosses are all women, and
Dang, bro, yeah.
They're telling me what to do, and they're not doing shit. They're like, "Oh, you got to throw a truck by this certain time." I'm like, "This
fucking crazy!" Like, that's what I would have told him, bro.
I'm like,
crazy. I ain't
throwing that fucking truck that damn
fast. I'm like,
insane, bro. I was like, "Are you serious? It's hot as shit. You want us to throw this by 4:30?" Oh, bro.
Yeah.
Get out of here. I was like, "Bitch, you hop in the truck and throw it." I swear, bro. All right, you guys can
Hence
continue.
where it's like, okay, the women are actually, you know, they have their own money and they have all this, and so like the men are being kind of like left behind, and like it's all really comes down. It's like most things. It's almost a trickle down from like economics, right? Wages are really low.
Trickle down economics is
people are
fake as
working more
fuck.
hours, which also, if people are working more, they don't have time to even hang out with friends or go on dates or anything like that. It's all really trickling down from economic policy.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that he said, "Oh, it's all economic policy." I get that the money does matter. Yeah, the money certainly does matter, but like, go ahead.
That does matter, but like she's talking about the what Reagan says with trickle down economics. Wasn't that proven to be fake as fuck?
Yeah, but I think she's saying that this is sort of like trickle down economics in some way, where it's like I don't even know what she's talking about, but she keeps saying like just trickle down economics. I don't know. I mean, it's not.
Where's the trickle? I don't see it.
Yeah, it's fake as fuck, and that was the policy they tried to enact. It was obviously it was a dumb fuck policy as well. But
I'm not a conservative cuck anymore.
By the way, she says it's downstream from economic policy, and I will certainly agree. Like, yeah, it is downstream from economic policy as well. But there's other aspects of the reason why men are lonely that the left always ignores certain like societal factors of why men are in this situation as well. They ignore the social degradation that we've done to our society. That the partially the reason why men are lonely as well. She only wants to talk about the money, like the money does matter, but having a lot of money in a shitty society is not necessarily the best thing ever. If your society's crumbling around you, I don't think it's I guess you can weather the storm better, but damn.
I mean, Ojit has a good point. Women should stop going to college, but would that happen? No, unless like fucking an apocalypse happens. Women are never gonna voluntarily give up their rights. It's just not gonna happen.
I'll be back. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. Back in like 5 minutes.
All right,
or like 2 minutes really, but.
Yeah, women are never going to voluntarily give up their rights. This is just it's a pipe dream. Like, you'd have to take them by force. And
well, what would those quote unquote rights be?
Well, he's talking about women going to college. I'm looking at a comment right now. That's why. No college for women, just home ed classes. Which was how they were learning back in the day, like homemade classes. They went to school too, like they learned basic math and shit like that. Like people always act like women are just fucking retarded. No,
college isn't the problem really. The problem.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that no, it's not. It's just social media. It's mainly social media and apps.
Exactly.
That's really all. That's because it's just. It's if you went from a global dating market back to a the dating market that's only in your dealing with the men in your community, then you create a much more little bit more of a fair dating market kind of ecosystem essentially. That's I think most of it.
Honestly, this is what I think. This all just the problems that we're facing now is just it really stems back to the individualistic nature of the West, and most importantly, the Germanic countries, right? Because Germans are really individualistic back in the day. Nowadays, they do have their tendency, right, to be like authoritarian, but like amongst themselves, they're pretty individualistic people, if you think about it. Like you could look up, and a German person who knows way more about German history than me could show you that they have this streak of like individualistic these individualistic tendencies.
Okay, I'm back.
It's just really, how they did things back in the day. This was why they fought the Romans so hard, because they were all about their autonomy. Not just because the Romans were fucking conquerors, which they were, but it's because it was like two civilizational clashes. Very interesting stuff.
As usual.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, as someone on the left, I think the left's like economic program would be much more beneficial, not just to men, but to everyone in the country. But I do think there can be a blind spot because we do focus so much on the systemic issues, which I do think is the most important thing, that there is a lack of people who are saying, here are things you can do in your own life and not have to wait for 30 years for Congress to get their act together or to have a president who's going to institute a living wage or whatever. I think there's a real void for that kind of a conversation, which, as you said, part of the problem is when this emerges, it's oftentimes in the context of we're worried men are moving to the right and we need them to be our political allies. Yes. So what can we say to pander to them to convince them that they should be on our team rather than a genuine concern for what's actually going on in their lives?
Yeah, like I said in my video, it's like the left has all these great policies, but then absolutely drops the ball when it comes to cultural issues. So they don't really understand how dating apps, for example, are affecting men more than women, and how all these things they don't really care. They're just.
Can you talk more? Can you actually talk more about that? Because I thought that was an interesting. Why would you say dating apps affect men more than women?
So, because there's this study that shows that 80% of the women go to a very small percent of men. So they're all basically picking the same man, right? Because back when you had
the laugh. Look at the laugh.
It's not inherently authoritarian Germany back in the day. Before the rise of the Prussian states and stuff, was very individualistic. Why do you think the HRE was split into a fucking bunch of states? And why they could never centralize government, centralize power under the fucking Holy Roman Emperor? It was because of that individualistic nature that they had. It took fucking Napoleon to be like, hey, yo, fucking, to fucking break that shit up, to consolidate the German states into what you would know of them as today. And then Otto von Bismarck, my bad, him too. Germans aren't inherently.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Back when you had you lived in a little small.
Austria's still German.
It was oh, you met men and women met each other that way, and a guy didn't have to have what
different variety of German
6-pack, 6-figure, 6 Bugatti or whatever to get a woman. But now that people have I guess more of a choice, they're kind of window shopping on men, right? Because men, first of all, don't know how to take a picture to save their life. So it's they're taking.
God, this is cap. No, it's kind of like, damn. It's like we take one step forward and a half a step back. You know what I mean? It's like we're gonna go.
Yeah, they can't help themselves, man.
Yeah, it's like they take a picture. It's trust me, as somebody who myself has taken professional pictures. That professional picture that's just not going to change your face, man. It's not going to change. It's like that's not what it is.
Yeah, and bro, I look atrocious when I look on camera. I look atrocious. I'm like, damn, fuck, I look like shit.
And the thing about it is that unfortunately, even just with that, because she mentioned the 80-20 rule, which is outdated. We're at the 95-5 in my opinion right now, but. Okay, cool. They acknowledge the Pareto principle, but then she's gonna mention in a joking way, a guy can't take a picture to save his life, putting the onus back on the men. So you mean to tell me that the 80% of men, here's what she's trying to say, that the 80% of men who are struggling on dating apps and not getting shit on dating apps, that the vast majority of them are struggling because they can't take a good photo, as if the men on the dating apps who wasn't getting any matches didn't attempt to make their pictures better. You know what I mean? It's kind of insulting. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty retarded to believe that that massive percentage of men is struggling to take a fucking picture, and that's the reason why all these men are having a problem. This is dumb. It's so retarded to even believe that.
Hey, Mystery School, Cheems died, right?
Oh, what's his name?
Cheems, the meme Doge, he died.
Oh, he's dead. Well, there you go.
Yeah, it's over.
Pictures of themselves, and people, they're just judging a book by its cover and just swiping on them. Oh, they don't have this, they don't have that, whatever. And so it's a little harder for like a.
She's so close. She said judging a book by its cover. What's the implication there?
Looks mad.
Yeah, it's the implication, right?
I hate that shit. Don't judge a book by its cover, but sometimes that shit will save your life.
No.
I mean, that's why we judge books by their cover. Like,
but I mean, but my whole thing is this: and again, I'm trying to believe that she's being genuine, right? Trying to, but I mean, she could have at least admitted, like, you know what, and you know what, I've done the same. I've like, how come it's like for all these women, even Pearly, and this is the reason why like a lot of people, especially women, don't see these women as genuine, and they don't like these women and call them pick-me's and shit, and I think kind of have like a mistrust of these women, is because these women fail to incorporate themselves or to include themselves in the women that they're talking about. You don't think? I mean, let's look at this one. You don't think? I mean, the guy who was even the armored media fucking guy, whatever that guy. I mean, he was a pretty well off dude, if I'm not mistaken. Like, he had a pretty big channel, at least I think so. But I mean, this woman has mostly fucked Chads or Chad lights. We got to keep this a buck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would agree.
Even with Pearly, it's like Pearly, as much as people like Pearly talks a whole lot of shit. And I'm like, Pearly, okay, you're talking a whole lot of shit, but you're about 24, 25 years old and still don't have no man.
And aren't pregnant with kids. And with your kid, like, facts. Like, what the fuck? She talks all this shit, Pearly things. I just realized her hypocrisy is like, she ain't married. She don't have any kids.
She didn't have a boy. No, fuck the kids and fuck being married. You don't even have a boyfriend.
That's what I'm saying, right?
You don't even have somebody who you're openly dating, who you can point to as like, okay, this guy, okay, because she's shitting on these men for only wanting Chaz and Tyrones and shit. Well, okay, but what about you? Where's the man that you're dating who doesn't fit into that top 10 or top 50% demographic? Where's the good guy? How come you don't have one of these good guys that you're saying that these women are overlooking? Oh, is it because you're also overlooking that same type of dude? Because you're Pearly, you got dudes in your DMs, and we all know it. But anyways,
women are just inherently grifters. They're just grifters inherently.
They are.
Man. It's over.
Normal guy to find a woman when they're all going to the same men, like, you know, with the six packs and everything. And there's actually studies that have shown that men are actually men on dating apps are more likely to have bulimia than women on dating apps.
Yeah, I see it,
Like,
because I see
there's
so
all
many
this-
fat
there's
bitches
like
in
almost-
Walmart. It's not even funny. All my bosses are fat.
Oh shit.
Yo. Yesterday, I'm gonna tell you the story. Quick story. I was eating like this roast beef and like rice. It's usually my what I eat for lunch, right? Well, it's like roast, whatever the fuck it was called. I don't know. All right, this fat bitch, she's about 300 pounds. Fat white bitch, bro. 300 pounds. She's gonna be like, I don't think you should eat all that. It's like it's bad for your kidneys and your cholesterol. I'm like, what? As she's putting a Texas toast in the fucking toaster oven, I'm like, yeah, yeah, okay, okay, bro. I was just like, yeah, sure. I was just shaking my head, like, does she look at herself in the morning? I'm just saying, like, what the fuck? How you gonna tell me what's healthy or not when you're 300 fucking pounds? Oh, never mind. Continue. Sorry.
So it's, you always think of like eating disorders as things that women have, but because of all the pressure of dating apps, men are starting to develop things like that. They're also taking more steroids than men who aren't on dating apps and things like that. It's actually really interesting.
I want to get to some of the backlash that you talked about. I always find it fascinating. I guess I don't personally ever experience backlash because I'm mostly preaching to the choir on this, but you certainly did. We have one example here we can put up on the screen, and what it essentially boiled down to is the solution to male loneliness is literally just being a better person.
Oh man, what a shitty take.
I hate that shit. Just be a better person. What constitutes a better person, huh? To a woman, right? Just being good looking. Thank you. I rest my case.
Yeah, you're done. That was easy.
I rest my case.
Yeah.
Just being good looking.
They don't care, bro.
Bro, I swear if Jesus was I swear if Jesus were to come back now, women would crucify him first, bro. I swear. I swear. They'd be the first one to put that mofo on the cross, bro.
I don't know the best way to like frame it, but it basically is like, well, if you were better, then if men stop being so shitty, effectively is the thesis, as then they would be better off. Probably the best way to say it. You especially encounter this in elite liberal circles where there are a lot of futures female t-shirts. What do you think your response, I think, to the backlash that effectively boiled down to that critique is, and where does it come from?
I just think it's interesting that, like, for all these groups, for all of their issues, it's always, socioeconomic factors and things like this. And then when it comes to men, it's just, pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. I think that's really funny and interesting. But that tweet in particular is funny because it also implies that lonely people are just bad people. And that's not the case whatsoever. But the backlash was insane. It was worse than I thought it was. A lot of people just didn't watch the video and assumed that I was blaming women, even though I did not even mention. I think I mentioned women like once, and it was to say that they're also lonely. But the way that the media is framing women being lonely is very different than how they're framing men being lonely. But no, I did not blame women, and yet that's what the whole internet thought that video was about for some reason. It was mostly, alienation under capitalism and things like that, technology, not to go full Ted K, but a lot to do with that.
She wasn't even really addressing the problem.
Yeah. This is what really this video. It's just so milquetoast, right? Like she's not actually addressing the problem in reality. They're just
conservatives. They're gonna be milquetoast.
No, she's not a conservative. She's liberal.
Whatever.
She's a leftist.
They're literally the same thing at this point. Liberal, conservative. Like, come on. There's very little difference between those two motherfuckers nowadays. Just one. No, actually, they both support transsexuals because at TPUSA they have fucking drag queens dancing on the fucking. So it's like fucking who cares anymore at this point?
Yeah.
It's like what the fuck. I'm losing my mind, guys.
Yeah, but they don't really address the real issue here. They just talk around it. It's just weird.
Women are equally as horny. I don't know what you're talking about. That minorities video actually fucking opened my eyes. I was just depressed after that, watching that. I was like,
which minority video?
Someone, I think it was Prem. He posted it. I don't know. It was when they went to the beach party thing.
Beach party?
It was like a party on a beach. I don't know where the fuck it was. It looked like it. I don't watch them. I just watched that one video.
What happened in the video?
It had bitches twerking on those guys, dog. Saying like, oh, this one chick was like telling kids, like 10-year-old kids, like, oh, you have advice for 10-year-old children? She was like, wear condoms and all this other shit. I was like, bro, that's not good advice to tell 10-year-old children. It was like, it was degenerate. Yeah, it was bad. I was like, these are future wives and husbands, and these one chicks, right? Bro, these chicks were fucking disgusting. I was like, what the?
Oh, speaking of disgusting, I got our body count video of the week in the chat mystery, but whatever. It's like super short.
But just to see the backlash of of course it's a woman's job, and it's like, no, I never said that, never implied that, and it was the immediate.
Let me though ask, because I mean, obviously the nefarious characters in the space, like the Andrew Tates, it's not just like go men and here's some tips to make yourself desirable, etc. I mean, there is a healthy dose of
Where's
hating
the Austrian
that goes
painter?
along with that.
That's who I
Yeah.
want.
And
So
even
Wait, hold on. The healthy dose of what? I missed it.
like the Andrew Tates, it's not just like go men and here's some tips to make yourself desirable, etc. I mean, there is a healthy dose of hating women that goes along with that.
Obviously, yes.
Women
And
are
I guess why they
Right. And so
Hey, as if like the entire society doesn't hate men.
I know, right? It's like
So it's okay to hate men. It's okay to like have these views about men that are like men are just evil and they're all these bad things. But women, if you have one bad opinion about women, that's problematic. It's like, oh, come on.
I mean,
I don't know why we sit here and pretend like that like the female half of the species is just some fucking like, oh, they're perfect angels who when they have a criticism, it's valid. When men have a criticism and are a little bit frustrated, it's misogynistic and it's evil. It's like, this is stupid.
I think that's why there's a sensitivity to it, to be like fair to the people who level what I think are, ridiculous like critiques of your video, which didn't do any of that. Even though is there a tension though between identifying some of the legitimate issues that men are facing and saying like women have it too good or feminism has gone too far, etc. I'll give you an example of something that you said earlier, which is I think accurate. That men societally, like they're part of being a man is being the breadwinner. And so when you have a partner or a lot of women around you are actually earning more than you, that can be sort of emasculating. So how do you approach that without the answer then being like, these hoes need to get back in the kitchen, basically, and they need to earn less money than us, like God intended?
Right. So that's the whole thing. Like, I think the issue is that.
And yeah, in the reality that how do you navigate that question, right? Do we just what do you do? Like, if society's not on your side on that part of the issue, then it's like when you don't have much of a choice. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know where you go with that next. Like, like. It's sort of a losing issue, right? It's a losing issue. The first mistake man ever made was giving a woman the right to vote. That's where it all went downhill. Had to stop there because the first mistake was a long time ago, but we're here now. But
the first mistake was Adam not slapping the shit out of Eve.
Yeah, but now it's like the vote was like huge because like now they're on parity with you when it comes to politics. Okay, there you go. Like your problem, it's just worse.
That men aren't fulfilled.
And I keep hearing people like a Destiny say like, oh well, women can make their own money now, so men need to excel in other ways. Like, just because men excel in other ways doesn't mean that women are going to value them any more than they value them now. Like, it's just bullshit. It's just more a busy work. Well, you need to become more emotionally mature, and you need to do this and that. But I'm like, I gotta do all this shit when back in the day I could have just had a regular job and supported the family, and that would have been enough. Like, we're overcomplicating the fuck out of life.
Just improve, man. Just keep.
Yeah, basically just keep improving. Yeah.
But it's like, but besides anything in looks and LMS, what can men improve greatly on that will even get him in the front door or get him at square one of most, like what is that? Like, excel in what?
He always points to the most like leftist approved feminist narrative of like, oh, men need to improve in like some like personality ways where it's like, oh, come on, dude, this is bullshit. This is why I say he said he dabbles in the red pill, but he really is extremely blue pill sometimes, or a lot of times. He's literally a cock. What do you expect? But
yeah, bro,
that's true.
Like, I just can't listen to a guy who is a cuck in open relationships, and plus he just stole another dude's girl, even though the dude was like, I'm surprised he got her, even though he is the guy who had his girlfriend at first. I was like, what the fuck? I looked at that guy. I was like, oh yeah, I'm surprised he got a man that took a built like a teenage boy, not even fucking a prepubescent boy stole his girl, bro. That's brutal.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. I was like, bro, why does anybody listen to Destiny, bro? Come on, man.
How can you be more emotionally aware of a woman when that requires a relationship in the first place? That's a good point. Yeah.
That's true. That is very true. You can't. I don't know what I've never been in a relationship. I don't understand women. I just don't. Nor do I feel like needing to understand them. But yeah, just don't.
Jobs at all.
Yeah, but the
go
ahead.
Again, always comes down to these like economic factors. They're working longer for less pay and things like that. And
yeah, economic factors that were exacerbated by women as well. I mean, this is true. You know, there's less jobs to go around when you have double the amount of people competing for them.
And women are voting for immigration policy, inviting more people in. You know, which is actually exacerbating the housing crisis, which is why housing is getting way more and more expensive, upon other reasons, of course. But it's like it was over for us before. It never began for us. Let's say it never began. I blame Zog too, Mogmax. I blame Zog. Me too.
I don't think it has anything to do with feminism or anything like that. It's just that now, you know, women can also work, but men are doing terrible in college. I don't know if you've seen the statistics, but they're dropping out of college. And I think we really have to like get to the root of that. Like, why is that happening? And things like that. And I don't think this like gender war is going to help whatsoever. It's just going to make things worse. And that's why it's easy for people like Andrew Tate and all those types of people to point the finger, right? Like women are the scapegoat to this problem when it's really not. And I feel like you need to really hammer on that. Like we're all part of society. A lot of these things like alienation and technology affect women too. It affects all of us. It affects all of us differently too. So I think you need to like hyper focus on like the real big picture and not just scapegoat people who are.
I mean, the reality is that you're not going to, in my opinion, you're not going to. Economic policy might save some of these men, but the problem is that you already let the toothpaste out of the tube when it comes to all the dating stuff. Like, you know, the dating market is not just going to like improve dramatically because like, oh, the incel who was 3 out of 10 got some money now. Ooh. okay, like she still does not have to date him to survive. Like even if she somehow improved the labor market for men, while not making it work for women. Okay, so he's an incel with more money now. Okay, I get it. He's better off. Like from an economic standpoint, he's better off. But on a life standpoint, he's still done. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's not getting anything more out of that.
In conclusion, the whole system needs to be torn down so it could be rebuilt. Burnt to the ground. So like as a phoenix, it rises again. A new one rises again from the ashes. It's the only way. You can't save this system. It's impossible. It's over.
Nothing wrong. Women aren't doing anything wrong by like making money and having a job and like wanting a person who can provide for them. That's not like a negative thing. It's just that's
well, it's a negative thing when it becomes like literally like impossible. Like you're asking for something that like I can't believe that women somehow like, you know, this is a contradictory nation of like, you know, wanting to have your cake and eat it too. You want to be these independent boss babes, but you also want someone to take care of you. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Make it make sense. I'm independent, but you take care of me. That means you're not independent anymore. Then
that's facts. It's like
society. A lot of these things seem to be leaving men behind when it should be not.
Yeah, like basically, women still want traditionalist men who will pay for all their shit. Yeah, they effectively want I made this argument before, but women effectively want a Ken doll, not from the movie, but just a Ken doll with money. You know, really attractive Chad who has money but doesn't want sex effectively. Or even the sex is kind of like a, you know, they just want a walking fucking wallet. You know. You know, a dude who's like good looking, they can walk around and brag their friends with, and
they really just want a eunuch.
Yeah, it's a eunuch, effectively. Yeah.
Dragging women behind, or pushing women more like above everybody. It should be like pushing everyone who is behind further.
Didn't God say never to give a woman authority over man? Yet we did it.
Franchise minorities or things like that. Like everyone should be at the same level. And so we're starting to see things like leave some people behind. And I feel like we should get to the core of that before we start pointing fingers and like looking for scapegoats, because that's not healthy at all.
Yeah.
I agree.
One thing that I've noticed, and by the way, everybody should go watch the whole video. I think you did a great job with it. I always enjoy your content too. But one thing with the identity-focused progressive lens is it provides an explanation for why minority groups or historically oppressed groups aren't doing well. But it does not provide any analysis for why women, cis men in particular, would be failing, other than to say it must be you. Like, you must suck. That's the only explanation that we have for this, because you're not Black, you're not a woman, you're not trans, you're not, historically disenfranchised. So it must be that you just suck. And so I think this is sort of where the rubber meets the road, and why there's been a real failure here in terms of addressing what are obviously real issues. So thank you so much, June. It's always great to see you, and always enjoy your work.
Thank you.
Yes, our pleasure.
Thank you. That guy has the most fucking bitch voice ever. I'm coming from a voice cell too. I fucking have a shitty voice. And man's like, thank you. It's like, what the fuck?
I think in one of Pluto's last stream, I heard that in Kenya, if a woman cucked a man genetically during marriage, she would get a hefty jail sentence. So there you go.
Based. Biblically, the punishment is death, but hey, we all can't settle for that. We all can't have what we want.
There's a clip in here. Oh yeah, there's one more video we had to watch. Instagram. What even is this? I don't even remember what the hell this even is.
Oh, can I put the architect of? I'm gonna be the architect of racism. What? Damn it! How do I do that?
Oh man,
It's a good track. Wow, this is good music.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, but yeah, that was interesting. I mean, like I said before, she almost had it. I mean, at least there's conversations being had. Yeah, this is the body count of the week ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go.
You don't want to know that.
Well, you can already tell, bro.
Is it more than 10? Yeah.
Oh, bro. Dang, bro.
More than 20. Yeah.
Nah, bro. I'm done. She has to be selling box, bro.
Yeah, of course she is.
More than 30. Yeah.
OnlyFans, actually. OnlyFans.
Oh, bro.
A few moments later.
110. 120. What in the f? We're only going by 10.
Her dad, bro. Oh, God. She didn't have a
Higher
dad.
than that. I'm a hoe. Top tier slut.
Every day we first straight up.
The police, I'm not a hoe. I am an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
God.
Flinging box. What do you expect?
Lord. Can you please send the nukes now? Please. Every day. I want the nukes to fall. I'm like, please end this fucking nightmare. It's for people.
Truth be told, I'm surprised I haven't had a Borg thing today. Weird.
You
Must
were
have fixed
Borg
the issue,
early.
I guess.
You did Borg early.
Oh, it ended? It just stopped?
Yeah.
Oh, it just stopped? That's weird. Normally it doesn't stop on its own. I have to do something, so. Oh, we got 10 minutes left away in the fucking stream, so. Bad, he's still there. He just fucking dipped out. The fuck? Oh, you're still here? My God, you've been quiet as fuck, dude.
I mean, I haven't had anything to say really.
Is your cat still going crazy? Or is she done? She done?
Yeah, she just finished.
What kind of cat do you have?
No way, bro. No way. She hears the voice. She's like, "Meow."
Yeah, she just finished. Oh yeah.
What kind of cat do you have?
I think like I don't know, like Siberian or whatever. She's like all white, blue eyes.
Oh, A10 stare.
She is the Aryan race.
The Aryan cat.
The Aryan cat.
Pretty much.
King picks. It's funny how guys like Hunter Avalon will get cheated on and still not admit the black pill. Yeah, I don't know how men live with that type of level of like cognitive dissonance, right? You literally have your wife on fucking in her own chat talking about her some chat shit on Discord, talking about fucking BBC, and she's like talking about getting railed by getting a train ran on her, and you're still fucking coping with like the black pill's not real. It's like, okay, dude, go cope somewhere else. Or guys like Destiny will literally date pretty women at the cost of it being an open relationship because they don't want to be admit the black pill. Yeah. Something I'm borging again. Am I borging? I don't know.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
I don't know what he's talking about. Borging.
Maybe that was for earlier. I don't know.
I was saying earlier to close out, man. Well, I know we're gonna, we got about 10 minutes or so left.
Yeah.
Would you ever have wheat waffles on here? I mean, we talk about.
I wouldn't mind having him on. Truth be told, just to see to pick his brain. I want to hear what he. If he actually tells me the truth, I don't know. Like he might actually want to keep his appearance, but I wouldn't mind having him on.
Would you? Let me. Ask
I doubt he would have come on though. I'm such a small channel compared to him, so he would gain nothing from coming on my channel.
Okay. Because like
that's my main problem with my channel, that nobody really cared to come on. So.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, because I would even let me ask you this though: would you ever have a guy like Lucario on here?
Lucario, oh god, I don't think they can handle it, bro.
Yeah, I caught into a channel a couple days ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I sure did.
What would you say?
Basically, the topic of the stream was why men have sex easier than women, and I caught in and I was like, you don't think this is not true? And then he was like, oh, I'm talking about the men with game. See, if you have game.
Oh my god, bro. No fucking way, bro. No way.
I gotta find the fucking.
Is he saying that 80% of men don't have game? I mean, I don't know.
His whole thing was that he said that most men, quote unquote, are males and not men, because if you're a man, you have game.
What?
Dude, having game is not a prerequisite to being a man. That's retarded, dude. That's retarded. That's some dumb shit.
Does autistic Riz count? No, I'm just kidding. No. It doesn't help, actually. I'm gonna keep it real. Doesn't.
Lucario, my god.
Yeah, let me give me like
a name over here named after a fucking Pokemon.
I just want to see where I called in at, but yeah, no, it was pretty. Yeah, I mean, I kind of called him out on a couple of things, and then his fucking sidekick got on, and I low key roasted
his ass. Real
BGF fake black pillar who's really a woman worshiper. I don't know about him being a woman worshiper, but he definitely. I don't see BGF as being black pilled. I don't know. This is weird. I feel like he just adopted a label just to be different, but.
Yeah, who's BGS?
He's he's like a black a manosphere a YouTuber that kind of just he just posts random streams and videos and stuff like that. He has pretty decent takes. He's like a pretty old guy. He's an old guy. Like you got to be in his 60s or some shit like that. But he's pretty old. And he has decent perspective because he has a good knowledge of like the way things used to be versus the way they are now, and he gives pretty good historical perspective and stuff like that. But I think. He called himself black-pilled, and I'm like, I don't know where you get that from. I don't know how you arrived at your conclusion for being black-pilled, but you might want to like relook at what you mean. But I don't know. BGS blames millennials for their problems. I didn't know that. Yeah, he probably does. Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, the black manosphere has to be the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life.
What the fuck? He's not. BGS once said on stream, if you haven't deleted a person, you are not black-pilled. What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about?
Deleted as in like murdered someone?
I'm assuming like kill somebody or something. I don't know, man. That's weird. The black manosphere is the funniest pastime. Yeah, Jay killed BGF, but that nigga didn't listen at all, did he?
He's talking about on Bernard Riley's stream.
Oh.
Yo, I saw a lot of oofy doofies actually in fucking Walmart. I'm like, they're probably getting cheated on, but I was like, there's a lot. And I was like, I saw a lot of recessed chins with girlfriends and shit. I was like, what the fuck? Hey, they could not have been girlfriends. I could have been reading into it too much. I do kind of oversense agency, probably making me a schizophrenic. But, but I was like, what the fuck is going on here? I saw, well, some things that were proven was that black men still date fat white women. I was like, that's fucking true. It was hilarious. I was like, what the fuck? I literally saw that couple. It was a skinny black guy, decent shape, right? A fucking whale white woman. I was like, oh my God, brother, what are you doing to yourself? What are you doing?
Yeah, pretty sad, man. It's true.
And the white dudes were with the baddest black chicks. I'm like, what the?
It's true, man.
I'm like, bro,
JBW, man. That should extend the.
If white dudes date outside their race, they get in the baddest black chicks or baddest women of that race. I'm like, fucking lucky. Black men are like, I'll take this trash right here. I'll take this trash right here.
Yeah, absolute fucking genetic garbage and
make genetic, literally the Amerimut, the genetic Amerimut. I'm like, God, why?
I'm gonna get right into this now. Let's do some fucking last words to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
Alaskan separatists, my dude. Last words.
Stay racist, boys.
All right, buddy. See you next time.
See you next time.
PPJ. Last words.
Yeah. No, strong start, man, and you went strong. You going Wednesday?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to stream Wednesday at a more appropriate time. Actually, maybe I can't. I think I might have some plans on Wednesday, but I'll try to see what I can do.
Yeah, hey man, if you got plans, man, do the plans. We'll be here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll see you.
All right, see you. Bad username. I did last words. You haven't been on here for last words in a long time. I did.
I know. I've been busy, trying to find some work or whatever. But I guess everybody just stay sane out here, yo.
All right, man. Thanks for coming on, my dude.
All right, peace.
See you later, man. Heard the cat at the very end. The fuck, man. That cat at the very end's funny as fuck. All right, buddy. This has been SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat Random Discussion episode 41 of season 2. Please like, share, and subscribe. Leave a comment if you like the video. Maybe you hate the video. Leave a comment anyway. And never forget, buddy boys, that wisdom is fucking gold. I'll see you guys next Sunday for SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat Random Discussion episode 42 of season 2. Once again, please like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget to hit the bell icon to be notified of all my videos. And never forget, buddy boys, that once again, that wisdom is fucking gold. This was a fun stream. This was a good stream, honestly, dudes. Jimmy, keep working, Jimmy. Jimmy, keep working, Jimmy. Jimmy, I need my check, Jimmy. Jimmy, you need to give me that check. Jimmy, I got big fat dreams and checks, Jimmy. You gonna pay for my check, Jimmy. Get your ass back to fucking work, Jimmy. I need my money. I've been dying to get that tapioca pudding, Jimmy. Fucking hate you, Jimmy. You gonna work till you die, Jimmy. You gonna work till your hands bleed, Jimmy. Jimmy, you gonna give me what I want, Jimmy. Give me my money, Jimmy. My money. Goddamn, Boomer's getting more fucking violent as the days go on, man, because Jimmy ain't been working, dude. Jimmy's lazy ass won't get off the couch. Jimmy, give me that check, man, yeah? Women are right to cuck you. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. When you eat the pizza and the DiGiorno shows up at your front door and you're eating the pizza. Boomer the booty warrior. You women are right to cuck you. You deserve to die. No pussy, no peace. Blue balls matter. All right, guys. Once again, see you guys next time. Enjoy the rest of your enjoy your week rather, and cheers, my dudes. Hope you guys have a good week. We'll do this again. All right, guys. See ya.